Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 10 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 10-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 5 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 5-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 2 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 2-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 1 minute from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 1-minute time check, stations.
on the Hawkeye Sports Network. From Learfield, Hawkeye Baseball is on the air. Hawkeye Baseball is brought to you by Homewood and Home 2 Suites, preferred hotel of the Hawkeye Radio Network. Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Oak Knoll, an active life care community by University of Iowa Healthcare. Changing medicine, changing lives. And by Wimmer's Meats, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. Now live, this is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball.
From the Big Ten tournament in Omaha, it's time for Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. Live from Charles Schwab Field in downtown Omaha, it's day one of the conference tournament with the 6th-seeded Michigan Wolverines taking on the 3rd-seeded Iowa Hawkeyes. Welcome to the broadcast booth in Omaha alongside my great color analyst John Evans. I'm John Leo. 13 teams started their seasons with hopes of reaching Omaha. Purdue, Northwestern, Minnesota, Penn State, and Ohio State. They've started their summers a bit early. While the top 8, they have to keep their golf clubs and summer ball plans on hold for at least another week. If you're one of the 8, you've had a good season. The goal is to now turn it into a great season. Iowa has impressed with a 39-13 record, finished 3rd in the Big Ten, while many think that Michigan underperformed, finishing 6th and 26-26 overall. These teams did not play in the regular season, but there's certainly some history. As Michigan won this tournament last year, they knocked Iowa out of Omaha on the way there. The Wolverines will be led by Big Ten Pitcher of the Year Connor O'Halloran today, as Iowa counters with, well, who we thought could have been the Pitcher of the Year, Marcus Morgan. Iowa's new season begins today with more buzz, more pressure, but a much greater reward on the line. Welcome to Omaha. Game 1 of the tournament is moments away. It's Michigan and Iowa. The Wolverines and Hawkeyes live from Charles Schwab Field in downtown Omaha. First pitch coming in a bit. Let's rewind just a bit. Iowa closed the regular season with a series win over Northwestern in Evanston. That began on Thursday with a dominant 15-3 win. One's just inside, popped out of the glove of Moss. Runner goes for second, throw down. Did they get him? Got him! Honar with the tag. Could really put the finishing touches on this one early as Frazier rips it over the shortstop's head. This will get into left center all the way to the wall. Tello scores. Seager sprints home. Here comes Huck. 3 RBI double, Braden Frazier. And the Hawks are up to double digits, 10-0. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Huck rips it fair into the left field corner. There it is for Huckstorf. Tello will score. Mitchell sprinting home. He'll score. Huckstorf with the 2 RBI double. And he might have just broken out of his slump right there. 13-0. After coasting in game 1 of the series, the Hawks were stunned by Northwestern on Friday. The Wildcats took it 6-4. 2-2. Line drive into center, base hit. Wilmus went back to second briefly. They're going to send him. Here comes Ben around third. The throw cut off at the mound. We're tied at 2. Thank you, Sammy P. A 1-2 Raider. He hits this in the air to right. It's carrying well. Rustich spinning around. He's at the wall, and it's off his glove and over the wall. A home run for Raider Tello. Adios, pelota. Boom. Llewellyn comes set. He's ready with the pitch. It's high and outside. Runner goes for second. Throw down. Got him easily. Moss to Honar for the put out there. Good job. Well, a little bit of pressure then on that season, the regular season finale over Northwestern. Iowa capped it with a 10-0 shutout over the Wildcats. Peterson at first base. The delivery. Brennan crushed it deep to left. Get going, baby. It is gone. Brennan DeRiggi. Boom.
He sent it to the Hawkeye bus. All of a sudden, 3-0.
One swing of the bat, John.
Home run number, lucky number 13 for DeRiggi.
1-0 pitch to Raider. Line drive. Base hit into center. Here comes Wilmus. He'll score. Petey, he's rounding third. He'll score 2. Tello time. Ring, ring. It's 6-0. the reverse jinx.
Ah, okay.
1-0 to Michael. Line drive. Base hit into left center. DeRiggi will score. They're waving Tello. He'll score with ease. Honar can jog to third. It's a 2 RBI double for Seegers. Here's a ground ball to Tello at third. He picks it out of the dirt. Throw to second for one. On to first. Double play. How about that? 5-4-3. And so Iowa, now winners of 8 of their last 10, will meet Michigan, losers of their last 4. Got to keep that trend going today. Game 1 of the Big Ten tournament here in Omaha. Very important game that puts you on the right path for the rest of the week if you can take care of business here in Game 1. Iowa and Michigan from Omaha coming up in just a little bit. We'll be back with more pregame coverage right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At U.S. Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing US Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever.
Oh my goodness. Visit U.S. Cellular in-store or online and we'll help set your phone to US Mode, even if you're not a customer. U.S. Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
Growing up, my parents always encouraged me to do what's right, even if it wasn't easy. I'd always hear my mother's voice say, "Do the right thing." That stuck with me. Every day, just do the right thing. That's it. The rest takes care of itself.
At Shelter Insurance, we believe in doing the right thing for our customers and our communities. For award-winning claims and sales service, find an agent at shelterinsurance.com. We're your shield. We're your shelter.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel, the Jill Armstrong team, Wisconsin Realty, the area's premier realtor, and Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Jill Armstrong and her team strive to make every buyer and seller at ease with the real estate process. Contact the Jill Armstrong team, Wisconsin Realty, for all of your real estate needs. Call 319-631-5455.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
Welcome back to Charles Schwab Field here in Omaha. We're getting set for Game 1 of the Big Ten tournament. Number 3 seeded Iowa and number 6 seeded Michigan. Let's welcome in color analyst John Evans. All right, it's go time. There's a little bit more buzz, a little bit more pressure. I'm all for it.
I feel nervous. Do you feel nervous?
I've got the butterflies. Not for the execution of our broadcast, but just it feels like we've got some stake in this, almost like we're one of the players, part of the team, John.
Well, and you. This is what you played for. I mean, all the broadcasts that we've done all year have just kind of been you're trying to get to this point where you're playing for something that matters. You know, every game in the regular season matters to a point, and but now you get to it's really scorekeeping time, and with any luck, the regionals next week will be ramped up even one more level. But the guys are the same that they've always been. They're loose. They're ready to go. The bright Hawkeye white uniforms look good. Yeah, and that's a good sign, isn't it, that they are loose and ready to go, and maybe not as tense as you get when you get to the postseason. I think Coach Heller's done a nice job with he mentioned it in his media availability yesterday too. It's he's really tried to keep the chip on the players' shoulders too. Michigan ended Iowa's season last year as the team split games, but Michigan won the last one, and that's the one that mattered the most. And as it turned out, that ended Iowa's season. They didn't quite think that would be the case at the time, but that's the way it worked out. And so there's that. There's the pitcher getting ejected. There's all kinds of fun stuff to the history, and it'll be a lot of fun here this morning to kick off. Big Ten tournament.
Really looking forward to it. Didn't play Michigan in the regular season. Haven't seen them in a while, but we know enough about them. They probably know enough about us, too. We've got an extended interview with Coach Heller, so we'll get to that. Let's take a break. We'll talk with head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller, right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Ooh, got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
At US Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever.
Oh my goodness.
Visit US Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. US Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
Here's an easy pill to swallow. Right now, earn a 5-cent fuel saver on every prescription you fill at your Hy-Vee pharmacy. That's 5 cents off per gallon of gas for each prescription filled at Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee makes it easy to fill your prescriptions. Just call or stop by your local Hy-Vee pharmacy and let us handle the rest. You can also fill online or use the mobile app. Fill a prescription and start earning today. Some restrictions apply. See your pharmacy or Hy-Vee.com for details.
Welcome back to pregame coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball this morning. Day one in Omaha. We're joined by head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller. Coach, a strong finish to the regular season.
Yeah, definitely a strong finish. A nice bounce back after a tough loss on Friday against Northwestern. And, it was a hard-fought game through 5 innings. And then we finally were able to put some runs on the board in the sixth. And Brennan DeRiggi's home run kind of lightened the mood with our hitters, and we got to the bullpen and then put up a big 7 spot in the 8th and 10-0 win. Another shutout. Brody Breck was outstanding, and bullpen was good. And the only thing I would say that was a little bit strange about that is that we did not get to use a lot of the guys in the bullpen that we normally use. So it's been a while since those guys have been out there, and we're definitely gonna if we're here for a long time, we're gonna need those guys.
Yeah. Coach, I'm looking down the left field line beyond our bullpen on that wall out there, and I see the black and gold Tiger Hawk out there. And if our logo's out on that wall, that's a good sign. It means we've had a good season. Time to shift it and make it a great season on day one here.
No, it definitely is. And we've been training and preparing for this day for a long time. Since August. There's nothing magic, or there's no crystal ball to make things happen where you're just going to go out there and you're going to play great. But I know we've prepared for it. Our guys are prepared for it. We're ready to go. We're going to, but we're going to face a really tough pitcher in Connor O'Halloran. Not the ideal matchup that you would want. A team that has to win the tournament to get into the regionals, a team that has, what a lot of people might say is underachieved a little bit this year with some pretty talented guys. This is the team that knocked us out last season. This is the team that won the tournament, and they've got some guys on this team that have a lot of pride and they're going to play hard today, regardless of what's happened the last 4 games. They've lost the last 4. They got swept by Ohio State, which anybody that follows college athletics, that's a big one for both of those teams. And to get swept at Ohio State was not what the Wolverines were looking for. But, you know, the point I guess I made to the team is like, listen, O'Halloran, he got off to a fantastic start to the season. His first 6-7 starts were lights out. I mean, like lights out. Teams hitting under 100 on him and just dealing. And quite frankly, you know, we can go back to last year. I don't know that we scored a run on him in 11 innings. You know, we faced him last year. I mean, he carved us up. So you look at that matchup and you're like, oh shit, you know, what are we going to do? And you look at his last 4 or 5 outings, and he's been trending in a bad way. You know, they've lost 3 of the last 4 games that he started. Ohio State, you know, got to him. They hit him around. He threw 80-some pitches on Thursday. So, you know, from that standpoint, you're looking at it going, okay, you know, which O'Halloran are we going to get? And then I think back and I told the guys, here's the deal. That kid's a warrior. I mean, he's been through the battles. I mean, he's pitcher of the year in the Big Ten. He's a tough kid. You're going to get his best today, whatever that is, and we just have to be up for that. And I know Marty Sutherland has done a tremendous job of preparing our hitters, you know, to get ready for O'Halloran. And if we execute the plan, I feel like that we've got a good chance today against him. And as you and I were talking before the interview, it'd be nice to get that pitch count up and really get it up in the first, you know, 3 or 4 innings, and you know, ideally get some runs on the board for Marcus in the first 2 to 3 innings and go from there.
A couple things specifically about him. It seems like Michigan's a little bit of a one-trick pony with him and their starter, and maybe that they can throw him, you know, triple-digit pitches. Looks like spin to lefties and inside to righties.
Well, the thing that makes him difficult is you don't see a lot of guys like him with his arm slot. I mean, it is a lower 3/4 arm slot where basically his arm is going to be flat from his shoulder, you know, 90 degrees almost, and so his fastball, and he pitches from the far first base side of the rubber, and he uses his angles well. So for a left-hander, it looks like the ball's starting behind you and then cutting across, and then for the right-handers, you get that crossfire action where it's going to be coming into you, and if you have any length to your swing, he can really jam you up. And what he does is he'll try to get guys to chase the right-handers. He'll try to get them to chase up and away, because it looks like it's going to ride from that arm slot. It looks like it's going to be like at the top of the zone, and it's out of the zone, and he gets chases up, and then he'll also throw the breaking ball more of a back foot down and into the right-handers. It looks really good out of the hand, and then it's gone. So our ability to be able to lay off of both of those pitches and really make him throw it over the middle of the plate, and that might mean, you know, if an umpire's giving him some, that might mean just taking strike 3, because you're probably not going to do much with it anyway, and you just got to hope that you're getting the call that it's going to be down or out of the zone. Now the lefties, they're going to see a lot of breaking balls away, and it's one of those deals where the ball almost has to start behind your hip as a left-hander for it to be a strike. If it starts at your front hip or even more towards the plate, that's going to be a ball, but it's going to look really good out of the hand. And so our 2 lefties, Barigi and Honar, are going to have to be super disciplined in spitting on that pitch if it's not starting behind them. But when teams have done a good job, when we watch video, when they make him throw strikes with it, they do some damage with it. So with that being said, discipline is going to be one of your keys that you're going to ask me about later. The discipline of our hitters early and getting to the pin. And when you said one-trick pony, you know, I don't think that's all true. I think what you're going to see, John, is you're going to see guys like we saw Saturday and Sunday or Friday and Saturday at Northwestern, where you've got guys that are plenty capable. You know, I mean, a couple of their relievers, I mean, it's going to be 94, 96. I mean, they're going to throw hard. but they might have trouble hitting with their breaking ball, and they might be a one-trick pony with their pitches. So you're going to have to be disciplined there and disarm them, turn them into a one-pitch guy, all those things. But you still have to be really dialed in to hit the velo at 94, 96. So when we say that, that's where we want to be. We want to get there. And then the other thing they may do, and Coach Sutherland was telling our guys, we really don't know what their plan of attack is going to be. Everybody has a little different plan when they get down here, especially with the early start, because you don't know which guys in their rotation bounce back, which guys don't, that type of thing. And they've got a couple guys that they could throw that traditionally they may not throw. If they've got a lead or they feel like they got it, they might go to a guy that's been a starter at times. And, we might see some of their other guys that have not been bullpen guys to this point, if that makes any sense. So, the biggest thing today is just coming out and really being locked in, really bringing a lot of energy, positive energy, regardless of what happens. Because let's face it, O'Holliner's going to have some moments where you're feeling pretty frustrated. I mean, and you can't. You just got to keep grinding. Don't let anything bad that happened to you affect the next pitch or the next at-bat. And if we do a good job with that, I think we can grind him out and find a way to get it done.
Talking with head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller, on our pregame show from the opening game here in Omaha. Just as you look at this matchup with Michigan, are you glad that you're seeing a team in the first round that you didn't see in the regular season?
Honestly, no. This was the team I would have told you I didn't want to play. Just simply because they have O'Holler and they have a bunch of veteran guys that had underachieved. This is their chance mentally when they come out to fix the season. This is our chance to prove to everybody that we're better than what we were during the regular season. And I'd much rather have somebody that we've already prepared for, somebody that Coach McGrath has called pitches to, and he knows where their holes are. And because when you face a new team, I mean, you have a plan and you see the video and you think you know how to pitch them or how to defend them or what they're going to do, but you really don't know until you get through that first game. And to me, it's just so much better, so much easier, facing a team that you've already faced, and none of those. I mean, and in our bracket, of course, there's two that we haven't in Illinois and Michigan, but the Michigan one. Was a situation where, nobody is going to say they want to play the pitcher of the year. But on the other side, the flip side of that is that in my years down here, we've been to every Big Ten tournament in my 10 years, other than the 2 COVID years when we didn't have it. Outside of Trenton Wallace and Adam Mazur, our 2 pitchers of the year, I think it's almost 100% where that guy had a bad outing or got torched. So I'm hoping that trend continues. There's no rhyme or reason to it, but I'm hoping that trend continues.
We've got what we thought was our Big Ten Pitcher of the Year candidate on our side going today with Marcus Morgan.
Yeah, and Marcus has been in a really good place. He's been in control of himself. He thusly has been able to control the strike zone a lot better. As we well know, it's very rare when Marcus gives up damage as the reason why he gets in trouble. It's the only time in his whole career here, that there's been issues is when it's been self-inflicted wounds with hit by pitches or walks, and then maybe you get a bleeder hit or a guy does barrel a ball up. When you're really trying to just throw it over the zone. And he hasn't been that guy in a long time. And I know as Coach McGrath was saying in our scouting report meeting this morning before we came to the ballpark, this is a great matchup for Marcus. This team tends to be a little bit more free swinging than some of the teams we've faced recently. They tend to chase a little bit more. So if Marcus can really go out and establish he's going to throw strikes and put the game in the hitter's hands, not where the coach is going to say take a strike or take 2 strikes, that's a great situation for us in the matchup that we're going to have, just with how Marcus's stuff plays to the holes that we see in their swings.
Do you implement the kind of the chip on the shoulder underdog mentality in this game with Michigan? Okay, they got the pitcher of the year. That they are, after all, they are Michigan. They ended our season last year. There was a little interesting deal there last year. Do you implement that at all?
Not so much the chip on the shoulder that way, but the chip on the shoulder where we feel like that we're the best team in the Big Ten. We didn't prove that in the regular season, and we fell short. But on the other side, here's a new opportunity to prove to everybody that we are. And the other point is, yes, we would love to get some revenge on Michigan and all that stuff. But at the end of the day, we need to come out and play extremely well. Our goal is to win this tournament, to get a ring. We missed out on our ring in the regular season. Here's another opportunity to get a ring and win a championship and take that into the regional and hopefully win a championship there and keep this thing rolling and end up back here in Omaha in 3 weeks. That's the goal, and that starts today. And like I said, there's nothing magic about flipping a switch or making that happen. My point to the team is when we show up, which you guys have, in 99% of the games this season, that's good enough. We just need to make sure we're taking care of ourselves. We're not letting the moment become too big. We don't have to do more than what we normally do, and we go out and just play confident and play aggressive and be the ones that are the ones attacking and just grind out at bats and super tough, play great defense, make them earn everything. And we do that, and you don't find a way to get it done, then you just tip your hat.
Yeah. Those sounded like the keys to victory right there, Coach. Anything more to add?
No, that is the key to victory. And then the biggest one for me is just us finding a way to be productive offensively off of O'Halloran in the first 3 or 4 innings. And one thing we didn't talk about with O'Halloran is that if we can get guys on base, teams can run on him. I mean, I think John, if we could get our faster guys on base, I mean, we can run on him like we were running on Northwestern on Friday. I mean, he's a fairly easy read for a left-hander. He's slow to the plate. He doesn't have a great pickoff move, and he's 1.6, 1.7 at times to home plate, which is a gimme steal for guys like Seegers, Huckstorf, Peterson, even Honar. Guys like that can really make things happen with the stolen base, and if we can get him reeling and worrying about stuff he normally doesn't have to worry about, I think that's a good thing for us.
All right, Coach, let's win game 1, take it to the Wolverines today.
All right, thanks, John.
Head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller, on our pregame show from Omaha, getting ready for first pitch between Iowa and Michigan, just getting underway here in Omaha. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Here's an easy pill to swallow. Right now, earn a 5-cent fuel saver on every prescription you fill at your Hy-Vee pharmacy. That's 5 cents off per gallon of gas for each prescription filled at Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee makes it easy to fill your prescriptions. Just call or stop by your local Hy-Vee pharmacy and let us handle the rest. You can also fill online or use the mobile app. Fill a prescription and start earning today. Some restrictions apply. See your pharmacy or Hy-Vee.com for details.
All right, we're moments away from first pitch. We'll get you the starting lineups and that first pitch between Michigan and Iowa coming up right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
Welcome back to Charles Schwab Field. We're moments away from first pitch. Game 1 of the Big Ten tournament here in Omaha. 3rd-seeded Iowa, 6th-seeded Michigan. The Hawkeyes about to take the field defensively. First, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye baseball. Well, whether you're listening on the Hawkeye Radio Network in Iowa City, Cedar Rapids, Atlantic, Fairfield, anywhere across the great Hawkeye state, or coast to coast on the Varsity Network app, or the Iowa Hawkeyes YouTube, we're glad that you've joined us here in Omaha. John Evans and John Leo in the broadcast booth at Charles Schwab Field. We're locked and loaded. We're ready to roll, aren't we, John?
Let's get this first pitch going. Let's get moving.
Yeah, that's like the anxious energy, right? Let's just get into it. Let's go with Michigan's starting lineup, their batting order, and what the Wolverines will look like when they take the field in just a moment. They are the away team, so they'll get to bat first. They're led off by Cody Jeffress, their shortstop, followed by Ted Burton, their second baseman, and Jonathan Kim, who's out in center. Their designated hitter is Jimmy Obertop. He's batting in the cleanup spot, followed by Joey Velasquez and Tito Flores. 7, 8, 9 for the Wolverines, Jack Van Remortel, Mitch Voigt, and Gabe Satras. Michigan is 26-26 overall, and they are led by head coach Tracy Smith, who's in his first season. The Hawkeyes on the flip side, 39-13. We'll have Brennan Deriggi at first, Sam Honar at second, Michael Seegers at shortstop defensively, Raider Tello at third. In the outfield left to right, Sam Peterson, Kyle Hucksdorf, and Braden Frazier. Cade Moss, he'll do the catching behind the plate. And getting this start on the mound for the Hawkeyes as they take the field right now, the hometown kid, Marcus Morgan.
4-2 record for Marcus in 14 appearances, 12 starts. He has a 4.14 ERA, 54 1/3 innings, 33 hits, 26 runs, 25 of those were earned. He struck out 62 while walking 42. Opponents hitting Marcus at a just 179 batting average.
Michigan and Iowa have met 12 times in the Big Ten tournament, and the Wolverines have a 9-3 record against Iowa. So when we get to tournament play, Michigan's got a pretty good record against the Hawks. Overall, series record 120-57 in favor of Michigan. They've won 6 of the last 10. These teams met last year in this Big Ten tournament. Had to play the if necessary game on Saturday because the Hawks beat them in the first matchup before Iowa just kind of ran out of pitching, and Michigan beat us 13-1 to end our season. The Hawks have won 8 of their last 10. Michigan has lost their last 4. So teams kind of trending in opposite directions, but you got to throw that all aside when you get to tournament play. You don't see these guys for a series. You see them for one game. You got to give them their best shot.
Right. It's a one-off deal now. So you have to bring your A game every time in a matchup where teams are relatively evenly matched. You'd like to think that Iowa's a little bit better hitting team than Michigan is, and you certainly think that the pitching is a pretty even, pretty good matchup.
How do you settle the nerves, John?
You focus on what you're supposed to do. We've talked all season long about Marcus and the funnel, the mental side of it. Finding ways to not let things bother you, and that's kind of the key now. You trust your training. You're here because you belong here, and so you go out and if you're Marcus, you focus on playing catch with Cade just like you have all year. And as much as we joked about it at the top of the broadcast, it's everything you know how to do. There's nothing unusual that all of a sudden becomes different because we're playing at Charles Schwab Field, Omaha. It's the same deal. Yep. Gene Hackman measuring the basket. It's the same idea.
Yeah. All right, we're ready to go. Cody Jeffress is in the box. He's a left-handed hitter. Morgan's ready. First pitch from Omaha. Sails outside for ball one. First pitch at 10:04 local time. It's a warm and muggy day. Probably the warmest of the year. It's only 74 right now. Feels a little bit warmer. Here comes the 1-0 from Morgan. That's in there for a strike. 1-1. Mainly Iowa crowd here, occupying the seats behind the third base dugout where the Hawks are located. The 1-1 dots the outside corner, 1-2.
Good start from Marcus, getting quickly on top. Jeffress does a good job. 34 walks to just 27 strikeouts, so it really commands the strike zone well.
Marcus goes with the breaking ball there, missed just outside. It's 2-2. Michigan's got just a few fans over there to our right, behind the first base dugout. 2-2 pitch from Morgan. Swing and a miss. Got him to start the game.
Beautiful start from Marcus. Came out, showed a good mix of pitches, kept Jeffress off balance, sent him back to the dugout.
We've got a nice booth up here, don't we, John? We're just barely down the first base line a bit. And we've got a great view into the Iowa dugout to the left. We're high up and great vantage point up here.
When you're old and can't see, though, we're a long ways away from the field.
Well, you said that, not me, John. Here's Ted Burton, right-handed hitter. He's in the box. First pitch ball from Morgan. Burton's a pretty good hitter, up over 300 at 303. He's played in all 52 games for the Wolverines. Fouls this one back to the screen to even the count at 1-1.
Probably their best all-around hitter. 13 doubles, 13 home runs. He slugs at .569 and has a .412 on base percentage. So really does a good job there in the 2 spot.
Out of the windup, the pitch from Morgan, just high, maybe a bit outside as well. 2-1.
Unlike Jeffress, does strike out a little bit, 51 times on the year, so leads the team there too. So Marcus come back, dominate the zone here.
Trying to go with high pitch there and missed. 3 balls and a strike. Morgan will step off the backside of the mound, grab the rosin bag, and now toe the rubber once again. Takes a deep breath. Here comes the 3-1 from Morgan. Inside strike call. It's a full count.
Little cutter there, 88. Popped it in.
Big pitch here in the early going. Full count delivery from Morgan. Fouled back to the screen. We'll do it again at 3-2.
Nice pitch there. Marcus, instead of coming back inside, went down and away. Really hit his spot there, but good piece of hitting from Burton to stick his bat out, foul it straight back.
Good duel between these two right now. Morgan missing with the slider low and out. And so Burton will draw the walk here in the first.
Overall, though, that's just a good at-bat. Burton got the better of Marcus there, but it wasn't that Marcus wasn't all over the place or didn't miss poorly, just couldn't make the one pitch he needed there at the end.
That brings up Jonathan Kim, their center fielder, left-handed hitter. He's a freshman. First pitch to him sails way high. Kim's got the best batting average on the team at .331. Has missed a few games, though. He's played in 40, started in 35.
Yeah, you kind of wonder if, as a freshman, if he kind of had to work his way into the lineup a little bit and found a spot here in the 3-hole.
Morgan's missed on the fastball a couple times now, high and out, trying to find the zone. Moss will take a quick jog out there to talk to Marcus and settle him down.
Yeah, you want Marcus, again, just like we talked about, to open. You want, take a deep breath, find your spot. Don't rush it a little bit. We talked about how quickly Brody Breck was working at Northwestern. Well, when that's going good, that's great. When you're struggling just a touch, go ahead and take a deep breath, get back into your zone, and lock into what you want to do now and execute your plan.
Quick visit there from Moss. We're ready for the 2-0 pitch from Morgan. Out of the stretch. Here it comes. That's in there for a strike.
Cade Moss with the effective mound visit.
Yes. Not much of a lead at first base for Burton. Wolverines relatively average when it comes to number of attempts when they try to steal bases. Here's another pitch that looked good from here, but just low and out. Ball 3. Morgan's got to really do some work here against Kim.
I'm just watching the replay there. The ball's just down low, but good pitch. Just missed low in the zone.
Michigan's been patient so far. Kim will watch that go by for a strike. Another full count for Morgan to work through. He's thrown quite a few pitches already in this first inning, but Michigan's been very patient. They haven't swung at really anything.
Well, and Marcus didn't start this at bat very well. They weren't really good pitches to test him any, so.
Try a pickoff move to keep Burton close at first base. Burton's 3 of 6 on the season. Stolen base attempts.
Yeah, I mean, certainly might be a reasonable time to start him running, try to stay out of a double play, and maybe Iowa can get a strikeout, throw him out.
3-2 from Marcus. Runner goes. No, he stays put. Hit on the ground to third. Raider picks it up. Throw a second for 1. On to first. Double play. Got him.
That's the way to limit your pitch count. What a play by Raider Tello, though, as that ball was just poked at him. Kind of ate him up. Still made a great throw to second base to get it. Wasn't even close at second. Honar turns it over really well. DeRiggi stretches it out. Big long foot stays on the bag. Hawks will get a hit here in the bottom of the first.
That'll build some confidence. You hold Michigan to nothing in the first and put the pressure on their pitching, their defense. Ben Wilmus, Sam Peterson, Brennan DeRiggi coming up in just a minute. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of MidAmerican Energy.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
The Hawkeyes come to the plate in the bottom of the first in Omaha after holding Michigan scoreless. Ben Wilmus will lead things off. He's the DH today, followed by Sam Peterson and Brennan DeRiggi. Middle of the order for the Hawkeyes, Raider Tello, Sam Honar, Michael Seegers. 7, 8, 9, Kyle Huckstorf, Braden Frazier, and Cade Moss. All right, the Hawkeyes will take on the Big Ten Pitcher of the Year, left-hander Connor O'Halloran.
O'Halloran 8-5 on the season, 15 appearances, 14 starts. He has 1 complete game, a 3.43 ERA, 97 innings, 79 hits, 44 runs, 37 of those are earned. Just 23 walks to go against 103 strikeouts. Opponents hitting .218 against him. But the best part, if you're a Hawkeye fan, is his ERA's gone up in his last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 appearances. So teams have been getting to him a little bit because he gets left out there. He's thrown 100 pitches 8 times already and 92 other times.
Well, Wilmus will swing at the first pitch that he sees, drives it deep to right, but it's caught by Velasquez out there. I think that's kind of the game plan for the Hawkeyes. You heard from Coach Heller, try to jump on him early. You can't really afford to be too patient because he's going to throw you a lot of strikes and bury you late in the count.
Well, and that's, you know, we've talked about it as a guy, should a guy take the first pitch, but you get fastball center, you need to be swinging because that might be the best pitch you see in the at-bat. So, yes, you make an out. Yes, you might have got 3 or 4 more pitches, but you got to get after it.
First pitch strike from O'Halloran to Sam Peterson, who's in the box. Peterson, the right-handed hitter, playing left field today for Iowa. They've got a shift on for him on the natural grass and dirt infield. 0-1 pitch, that's downstairs. Got 3 infielders over there to the left of the bag at second. A ball and a strike to Peterson. Here's the pitch out of the windup. Fouled back into the seats. 1-2. Dimensions here at Charles Schwab Field. 335 down the line and left. 375 left center. 408 to straightaway center. And then 375 to right center. 335 down the line in right. A ball and 2 strikes to Peterson. Here's the pitch. Line drive foul into the seats to the right side. And we'll do it again. Michigan wearing blue tops with Michigan spelled out in maize across the chest. They've got their maize numbers on the left hip, white baseball pants, blue caps in the field. Iowa countering with all white today. Here comes the 1-2. Peterson on the ground, left side, diving stop by the shortstop. He'll step, he'll throw, but Petey beat it out.
Great hustle there from Petey as the shift almost got him. A great diving play there from Jeffress. But with Petey's speed getting down the line, he made it out easy. Good pitch there from O'Halloran. Ball was his slider. It was down low in the zone, actually just below the zone. But Petey did a good job, was able to pull it into the hole. And now we might be able to see if the Hawkeyes can take advantage of a slow to the plate pitcher.
Right. Coach talked about that being a possibility, even though he's a lefty. That Iowa could maybe run like they did on Thursday against Northwestern. Immediately a throw over to first base. Peterson knew it was coming and didn't even have to dive back. The batter's Brennan DeRiggi, left-handed hitter.
O'Halloran's best move is actually a snap move where he doesn't even doesn't come up into the full move. As he gets his hands set, he'll snap it over to first.
Sam's got a great lead. Here's the first pitch to DeRiggi right down the middle. That's a strike.
So you've got to kind of watch out for that one, but otherwise he's telegraphs his traditional move to first pretty well for the base runners.
Long pause. Here comes the 0-1. That's too far outside away from the Hawkeye first baseman. It's 1-1. Peterson over there at first. Trying to go outside. We'll go back to the beginning of the year against DeRiggi where teams really threw it outside to him. That's going to be the matchup here with O'Halloran.
We heard in the scout too, O'Halloran's a little bit of a three-quarter delivery. And so when he does that, he really likes to spin it to left-handers. So you're trying to see him start it at the middle of the plate and break it away and get the left-handed hitter to just kind of swing over or make weak contact. So it'll be up to Brennan to make sure that there's a snap throw over there that time.
Very close there. Peterson had to scramble back.
It'll be important for Brennan to make sure that the ball that he wants to hit is the ball that really starts at his hip. If it's starting outside of that, it'll be a tough go.
1-1. Brennan chased that one outside.
Just like that one.
Yep. Yeah. It started middle, and it looked really good, but it faded away outside. Brennan swung at it 1-2.
And that's where you have to identify that it is the breaking ball. And so if you can make that identification, you're in good shape.
Throw over to first base. Got a lot of room left open between short and third now for DeRiggi. He does have that opposite field power. There's a gap in left center for him if he can push it out there. The 1-2, that's in the dirt. And away from him, he laid off that one. It's 2-2.
Now might be a good pitch for Petey to be moving. You get 2-2. Probably going to see a breaking ball here again. So, and if DeRiggi happens to get a fastball, I like his chances of putting it in play. So he could see Petey on the move.
The 2-2, swing and a miss. DeRiggi down on strikes, 2 down, and the Hawkeye first. It'll bring up Raider Tello.
I like my plan better.
Yeah. Petey's staying put so far. And battle number 1 between O'Halloran and DeRiggi goes the Michigan man's way. We'll see what Raider Tello's got. He's in the box with 2 outs. Peterson at first. They'll throw it over again, keep him close.
Scoreboard has Tello up there hitting 351. He's got DeRiggi's numbers listed on him. There we go. We updated
Just
him.
Changed it. There goes Petey. Raider takes this one for a strike. Throw down is into center field. Peterson gets up. He's headed for third. How about that for the Hawkeyes? Come on now, Raider.
Well, and what that does too is you've seen O'Halloran try to go away away to DeRiggi when he was trying to throw the slider down in the dirt. You now kind of bring that pitch becomes much more dangerous for him to throw and puts a lot of emphasis on Sotrace to block that ball behind the plate, because otherwise Petey will be able to hustle right in there and score on any type of pass ball.
Yeah, that's what we're looking for here. Find any way to get some runs across. Peterson at third. Here's Tello. No balls and a strike with 2 outs. Rader watches it go by, and he has to look down at it, low and in.
It's actually a good fastball, but because Sotrace was set up outside again, that ball kind of dots the inside black of the plate, but he doesn't get the call.
Plenty of room in left center for Rader. Here comes the 1-1. Outside, ball 2. Plate discipline is the key for the Hawkeyes today. Rader's standing deep in the box. His right foot, his back foot is on the chalk line closest to the catcher. Here's the 2-1. Rader drives it to left, but it's going to hook foul and find the empty seats down the line. 2-2.
Really nice breaking ball there. Rader was just out in front of it. He broke it all the way across the plate. Rader could see it coming. Just couldn't quite hold up on the 83-mile-an-hour off-speed pitch.
Iowa threatening in the first. 2 balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs. Runner at third. Pitch to Tello. In the dirt. Blocked nicely by the catcher. Peterson has to stay put.
That was actually a fastball he threw into the ground there. So, or maybe a bad changeup. He threw it a little too hard and just kind of dropped it in the ground. Good chance now for Tello to pick a spot and drive one.
Honar's on deck. Hopefully we can get to him. The full count pitch to Rader. Swing and a miss. Hawks threaten in the first, cannot score. Peterson gets to third. Couple of strikeouts for O'Halloran in the inning. We'll go to the second, scoreless between Michigan and Iowa. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oaknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Handling all of your exterior needs from roofing, siding, windows, and gutters, they've got you covered. Providing free damage inspections and help filing insurance claims. Call 319-343-6376.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Iowa. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
Top of the second inning in Omaha. Jimmy Obertop will lead things off for the Wolverines. Third-seeded Iowa, sixth-seeded Michigan. Game 1, the opening game of the tournament. Not just for Iowa, but for all teams here this week. I don't know about you, John. I packed for 6 days.
I have closed through Sunday night, and I have 2 off-day closed for when we don't play tomorrow and we don't play Friday.
Let's hope that we have to break those out. If Iowa were to win this game, would play Thursday at 2 p.m. Right now, scoreless with Michigan in the early going. Morgan has missed wildly on the first 2 pitches to Obertop.
Obertop was hurt at the beginning of the year, but nice player, nice hitter. His .216 average isn't really representative of what he brings to the plate for Michigan.
Here's a fastball right down the middle, 2-1. Marcus gets back into the count.
And it's another high strikeout guy. 21 strikeouts and 51 at-bats right now. So, chance to go get him, come back here.
Inside corner there from Marcus. That's much better, 2-2. Yeah, you wonder what they see from Obertop that puts him back in the lineup this late in the season. He is a senior.
Well, he's been a strong contributor through the years for him.
Tapped it foul in the box. He'll stay alive. The count stays 2-2.
He's been around the proverbial block.
There you go. Batting in the cleanup spot today. Here's the 2-2 pitch from Marcus. Swing and a miss. Got him there. Second strikeout of the day for Morgan in the early going.
Good battle back there after falling behind 2-0. Got back into it and got the out.
That was a big-time battle there because the first two pitches were not close, not Marcus's best, and to see him then commit to the next pitch like we talk about so often.
And again, Obertop coming into the season was probably a 270, 275 hitter, so he is dangerous despite the 216 average this season. 15 home runs last year, 11 the year before.
Their 5-hitter Joey Velasquez is in the box, right-handed hitter. Morgan starting behind 2-0 once again. One thing I've noticed from Marcus already, that this is a natural grass, all dirt infield. Same with the mound as well. And the last time he pitched on one of those was the Penn State game. Don't want anything to do with that outing that he had there when we played the Nittany Lions. Wasn't as sharp. He's kind of kicking around at the mound a little bit, maybe adjusting still rather than pitching off of the turf. Here's the 2-1 pitch, lined and over Seegers into left. Michigan's got their first hit of the game. It's a single from Velasquez in the second.
Boy, that just barely snuck over Seegers' glove. I thought he was going to track it and be able to come up with it, but just flared it right over the top of his glove, and Hawks will need another double play to keep going here.
Yeah, that's what happened in the first. We walked the second guy in the inning, and then double play got us out of it. I'd be all right with that with Tito Flores coming to the box. He's their left fielder, batting in the 6th spot this morning. Velasquez, not really a stolen base threat. He's got a short lead over there at first. Morgan out of the stretch to the righty hitter. Check swing. He did not go, and the pitch is just high, according to home plate umpire Jim Shaley. Jeff Doy's down the line at first. David Ewell out at second. Rick Allen down the line at third. Scoreless in Omaha, second inning. 1-0 pitch from Morgan. Popped up right side. Frazier will give it a look. DeRiggi will give chase. It'll find the seats a few rows back.
Yeah, Flores is a kind of a free swinger. Doesn't have a lot of walks. Doesn't have a lot of strikeouts. He just he wants to go up there and put it in play and see what happens. Does a nice job. 268. Probably he's got 5 home runs, but hasn't really driven in a ton of runs or a lot of other extra base hits.
Long pause from Morgan. The 1-1 slider just out, ball 2. Send it down to first base for an appeal, and did not go. 2-1. Pitch count at 30 for Marcus right now. 2 balls and a strike with 1 out. Here's the pitch. Popped up, right side. Frazier coming forward. DeRiggi going back. Looks like Frazier's going to have a beat on it. He makes a sliding catch in the dirt in foul territory. Braden was kind of jogging over there, and at the last minute, he had to dive for it. And Frazier gets it done, 2 down.
And that's why, from our angle, it just kept slicing away from Frazier, and he kept working, and good hustle, got all the way over there, made the play.
You talk about freebies or things like that. Plays like that are key right there. You got to get those outs even though they're in foul territory. Don't give them second chances.
Well, we talked about that in the Michigan State series, especially in this case, it may be a little bit of the opposite where you've got a team that doesn't hit as well, so don't give them any extra chances.
Exactly.
Go ahead and get the out when you've got a chance.
Runner at first base for Michigan, that's Velasquez. 2 outs in the second. Jack Van Remortel's up. He's their first baseman.
Really like to see Marcus get strike 1. He struggled a little bit with that so far, so like to see him trying to get, well, I know he's trying to get ahead, but I'd like to be more successful in getting ahead as he misses inside there for a ball.
We haven't had to talk about it too much, that throw and strike 1, because the Iowa pitchers have done that a lot lately. So recommit to that. 1 ball, no strikes. Again, 2-0. I think he started down 2-0 on everybody in the inning.
Yeah, it's been kind of a tough start. He's battled back nicely, but what it does is it wastes a lot of pitches, and on the first day of the tournament, you don't want to. You'd like to see Marcus get deep, and
2-0 pitch popped up again right side. This one will get over the Michigan dugout and into the stands. It'll be 2-1.
It's a little bit like the when he pitched out of the stretch at home that last series. Couldn't get the guy in the windup, but could get everybody out in the stretch. You'd almost like to just tell him it's 2-0 and just have him buckle up right there and go get him.
Some sort of adjustment here. The 2-1 popped up again, right side. Foul ball, 2-2. He's always battled back though, which has been key.
Right. Yeah. I mean that's the important part. But like I said, would love to see him not end up kind of in that chase mode and be able to control the at-bat from the beginning instead of throwing 5 pitches to get a guy out.
2 balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs. The pitch fisted over towards DeRiggi. He'll give it a look, but it'll bounce foul. Couldn't get there in time.
Really good fastball there. Marcus had been kind of working the cutter, a little bit of off-speed away from him, and all of a sudden busted back in. 94-mile-an-hour fastball right down on the inside part of the plate. Good job from Van Remortel. That's a tough one.
It is. You just got to say it all as one, apparently. Another 2-2 in the dirt. Good block by Cade Moss. Full count now. Runner will be going on the pitch. Mitch Voigt, the third baseman, he's in the on-deck circle for the Wolverines. Would rather not see him in this inning. Here comes the 3-2. Low and out, ball 4. Marcus not dominating the zone yet. He's not as sharp so far. Haven't gotten into a ton of trouble here, but the Wolverines threatening in the second.
Now just almost looked like a little bit of overthrow. When Marcus has been at his best here at the last month, it's all been in really good balance. And he's just kind of fallen off the mound a little bit toward the first base side, a little more than normal. So, just really kind of commit to making sure that he follows through on his intended target here, and he'll be fine.
2 on with 2 out for Michigan. Swing and a miss from Voigt. Good start there from Morgan. See what that does for him in this at-bat now.
Voigt's a guy on base percentage is .320. So lower batting average. So guy's got a chance to dominate if he just goes and gets him.
Quick look at the runner at second base. Here comes the 0-1, way out, and it gets to the backstop. Runners at second and third for Michigan now. Couple of free bases make it 3 now for the Wolverines in the second. 2 walks and then that wild pitch.
Well, and something you haven't seen from Marcus in the last month is kind of the uncontrolled pitch. And that one just not even close. Cade Moss has got no chance there. So just need to buckle in here.
1-1. Line back towards us. It'll drop below. Foul ball 1-2.
We've got a fighting chance here.
We do have a chance this weekend, yes. Our window's open. Big pitch here from Marcus. Got to get out of trouble here. 1 ball, 2 strikes with 2 outs. Runners at second and third for Michigan. The pitch. Line foul to the right side. We'll do it again.
A good fastball there up in the zone. Voigt did a good job going up and getting a piece of it.
46 strikeouts on the year. The 1-2. Ground ball left side. This is going to be a tough play. Tello picks it up. Throw on the run. No throw. Michigan's on the board first. Swinging bunt down the third base line for Voigt, and it's 1-0.
It's a really good pitch from Marcus, too. Breaking ball out away from him. It got out of the strike zone. Voigt does a good job throwing his bat at it.
3 bases,
ball
John.
Stays fair, and absolutely, that's 100%. One of the things that Marcus had been really good at was avoiding the free bases lately. This time gives up a couple, and even the walks are livable if you don't have the wild pitch in there. And so you compound all of those things together, and all of a sudden you've got a small hill you're working up now.
Runners at the corners with 2 outs, and Morgan hits the 9-hitter. It's getting tense here. Sotrace is on first. The bases are loaded for the top of the order for Michigan. And that'll bring out Coach McGrath. He's got to go settle Marcus down here. He's looked a little bit nervous. It's just not been the sharp, laser-focused Morgan that we've seen the past couple weeks.
Well, that's, just like when he came in, when he had his first Friday night start. Now he's got his first his first big game start here. Marcus has all the talent. He just has to buckle in here and do his thing.
1-0 Michigan in the second. They have 2 hits in the inning. They also have 3 free bases awarded to them, a walk, a hit batter, and a wild pitch. Mound visit breaks up. You just got to keep this at 1. Top of the order with Cody Jeffress coming up. Bases loaded and 2 outs.
I mean, I know O'Halloran's good, but odds are Iowa are going to score. So just keep doing your thing here, and if you're Marcus, and limit the damage.
Yep.
You know, you've created a problem, but just limit the damage.
Jeffress is swinging at the first pitch and hits it foul towards the Iowa dugout. Morgan on the right track. 0-1.
Not a bad plan, really. If you think the coach goes out, you know, if you've had trouble throwing strikes, maybe he tries to take something off one and get it over, and if you can jump on one. Marcus was trying to work fast. Home plate umpire backed him off.
Out of the stretch. No balls and a strike. The pitch from Morgan. Check swing. Didn't matter. Called strike on the outside corner. 0-2.
Another really good pitch. Another really good bounce back. But now you've got to finish the at-bat. He got here against the 9-hitter. Couldn't finish the at-bat after a foul ball and a cheap single. So
make the batter chase, but not Cade. Got to be close enough. Here comes the 0-2. Pulled down the line and right. Hit well, but it'll tail foul. Whoa, he got a hold of that.
Marcus broke a good breaking ball all the way in. Probably caught more plate than he was looking for, though. Jeffress with no real power put a charge into that one.
Bases loaded, no balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Michigan up 1-0. The pitch hit on the ground. Detello at third. He picked it up. Long throw to first. Got him at first base. We get out of trouble for the most part. The Wolverines get 1. They're on the board first. We'll see if the Hawks can answer in the bottom of the second right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Sam Honar, Michael Seegers, Kyle Huckstorf. That sounds like a good part of the order to me, with Iowa coming to the plate in the bottom of the second, trailing Michigan 1-0. So now the pressure's on the Hawks a little bit to answer and see what we can do.
No, it's not. That's we kind of saw that later. You go up and do your thing. It's the second inning. You got 24 outs. Go ahead and be, it's just an at bat. Just go piece it together. I'll be interested to see what is Sam's plate discipline here. Can he really stay in it? Stay on the lefty. Can he maybe try to take him the other way, especially knowing that he's going to try to spin you a little bit, work the ball away from you. If Sam's content to hit the ball over the shortstop's head into left center field, it could be really productive. If he insists on trying to pull him, well, then it's a battle of wills that he's going to, if he catches a mistake, great.
Yeah.
But if O'Halloran throws a kind of his pitch and Sam's trying to pull it, you're going to see kind of lazy ground balls somewhere. So,
well, the scout this morning was very clear to us what O'Halloran's going to try to do to lefties. I'm sure the message has been pounded into Sam too, right? I'm sure he's got it loud and clear. Sees a first pitch ball to lead off his at bat.
And we've seen some great at bats from Sam, especially the last couple weeks.
as he pulls this into right, and it is down for a base hit. It gets by the right fielder all the way to the wall. Go, Sam, go! He's headed for third. How about that start for the Hawks in the second?
And he got the O'Halloran mistake. He got a breaking ball up and in. Sam clobbers it to right field. And you had Velasquez came running in. He thought, I can catch this. And then at the last second thought, oh, no, I can't. And the problem is he didn't go full hockey goalie and stop it. Ball skips past him all the way to the wall. Probably going to be a single with a two-base error. But the Hawks in business to answer right back.
Great opportunity for the black and gold now. Michael Seegers coming to the box. Honar at third with nobody out.
A guy that can handle the bat here.
Michigan thinking maybe bunt here. First pitch to Michael. Downstairs, ball one. Corners are in for the Wolverines.
I don't blame Michigan for thinking bunt here. It would cross my mind as well. But Seeger's actually one of the best Hawkeye hitters in the Big Ten, in Big Ten play.
1-0 catches the inside corner there for Michael. It's 1-1. Okay, he's seen one. Hasn't thought about bunting yet. Looked down the line at third. No signs from Coach Heller. So swing away, Michael. Corner's still in for Michigan. Middle infield playing deep. 1 ball and 1 strike with nobody out. The pitch. That one hit Michael. It got him on the knee. That one hurts a little bit, though. Shake it off, Seegers.
You're way too excited about that. Michael's got a bruised kneecap, and you seem way too excited about that.
Yeah, it got him on that back knee where you just don't have any protection at all there. You don't think you're going to get hit too much.
Oh, Huck is so due. Yourself a Big Ten tournament again, Huck.
Yeah. Well, we thought maybe he broke out during that Northwestern series, had a big hit in one of those games. I think it was Thursday's game.
Yeah, it just really hasn't been able to string it all together. 281 on the season, but just 209 in Big Ten play. Big spot here for him he can really boost some confidence right away.
Runners at the corners with nobody out. First pitch way outside. And Sotres has to slide over there to grab it.
It's funny when you look at the outfielder's positioning, it looks like the center fielder's playing super shallow. He's really not. It's deeper than it looks out there.
Yeah, 408 to center, and I think that's. I feel like it's longer than that. Is what you're getting at. I'm agreeing with you.
And so you've got to pound the ball to get it out to center field.
1-0 pitch to Huckstorf, way outside again. Ball 2. This is kind of the trend we've seen from O'Halloran, though we haven't made him pay. We'll have a mound visit for Michigan right now. Haven't made him pay yet, but that's kind of been the trend that he hasn't had the control as of late.
Well, again, he's not a guy that walks a ton of guys. The walk numbers have been very low, but his last start against Ohio State, 4 1/3 innings, 7 hits, 5 runs, 3 were earned, 1 walk, 5 strikeouts. But they got the loss because he gave up 5 runs. Start before that, he actually got the win against Northwestern, but 7 2/3. He gave up 8 hits and 5 runs to Northwestern. Before that was at Minnesota, 4 runs. So he's been, again, he's going to be out there. He's going to throw a lot of pitches. That's more of just a, hey, what's going on, dude, visit. Yeah. That's not a, hey, we're going to go get a guy up in the bullpen, because my guess is everybody on the bullpen staff thinks they've got a day off until the 6th inning today.
Sure.
But working him up, getting him up a little higher, and making him come into the white part of the plate.
2-0 pitch to Huckstorf, swing and a miss. Went after one. I was going to say it was interesting there for Kyle with it being 2-0 and O'Halloran's missed on a few in a row. If you give him the green light.
He got a high fastball. You're not completely against that. Yeah. He expanded the zone maybe a little, but.
Got to move him here, Kyle. Here's the 2-1. That's a strike. Outside corner, 2-2. O'Halloran's battled back.
And that's a great pitch from O'Halloran. Just dots the black part of the plate there and gets the call. We kind of talked about that. If the strike zone's big, that's going to certainly favor O'Halloran.
The 2-2. Seegers takes off. This one lined into left. Right to the left fielder. Honar will tag. Here comes the throw. Sam will score, and we're tied at 1. That's a job well done by Kyle Huckstorf.
Good bounce back there from Kyle, too, because that's another really good breaking ball. O'Halloran brought it all the way across the plate, low and in. Kyle got enough of it to drive it far enough that the Hawkeyes were able to tie the score. And now you can, just one out, you can maybe put Seegers in motion now if you want. You had him in motion there, but try to get him to second base, and that'll give Frazier and Moss a chance to swing with a runner in scoring position as well.
Frazier, arguably the hottest Hawkeye right now, had an outstanding series at Northwestern. He's in the box. First pitch to Braden, free swinging and tapped it foul straight back.
Doesn't look like Michael's got the greatest read on the move right now. He's kind of got a little bit of a lean back even when O'Halloran is headed to the plate. So see if he kind of improves his look over there and gets a chance to get going.
Tied at 1 now in the second. Iowa has responded. Seegers at first base. The 0-1 to Frazier is high. He lays off above the letters.
I'm just happy we didn't get shut out after I said that.
Yeah, there you go. You can check that one off, right? Iowa is an offensive team this year. The 1-1. Frazier lines it to right into the corner, and it will be down for a base hit. Seegers was going on the pitch. He'll stop at third. Braden Frazier, stay hot, young man.
Good poke out to right field there. Seegers actually got to second and applied the brakes, took a good look over to make sure that ball was down, and then once he knew that it wasn't going to be caught, because that ball really landed right in front of him. That almost ate him up too.
Yeah.
As he misplayed that, kind of running straight over to it. And the ball almost skipped past him again. And now Cade Moss, another guy that handles the bat really well, and Hawks aren't afraid to play games with.
Love Cade in this spot. We've seen him here a ton of times before. And now he'll step into the box for the first time in Omaha. Runners at the corners, 1 out. Iowa trying to take the lead. We'll see if Moss lays down a bunt or if he swings it. First pitch, he squares to bunt, puts it down right back to the pitcher. O'Halloran picks it up, shovels it home. I think he might be safe. They called him out. They called Seegers out at home. Coach Heller calls for time, and I think we might want to review this one. It'll be close. The bunt was right back to the pitcher. I thought Michael had a good slide around. Umpires are going to meet in front of the mound.
That's going to be close. Seegers did a great job sliding to the back of the plate.
And we will have a review. So we'll check it out. It was a good slide by Seegers, not the best bunt by Moss.
No, anywhere at an angle. Good I think
he might be safe. Michael might have gotten under this one. Sorry to cut you off, John.
No, you were preaching everything I was going to preach there. That's going to be really close. Great play though by O'Halloran to come off, fielded it with the bare hand. It was a lousy flip, and that's what gives Iowa a chance.
It was a low flip.
The catcher had to scoop it, and Seegers' slide is fantastic. Away to that back part of the plate, and really the stretch there from Sotrace. I don't know if it's going to be enough to overturn it. There's your view right there.
Oh, man, I think he's safe, John. I know we're biased. I think he's safe. I think he gets that left side of the plate before he gets tagged. That would be huge.
Hawkeye dugout just saw that view, too.
It's close.
Yeah, that's...
Called him out.
Yeah, that's the bigger key. I think if he's... Oh, man.
Oof.
I think if he's called safe, you're not overturning it. If he's called out, I'm afraid that might be the same thing, but I had to go check the message boards. And, of course, the message boards, all Hawkeye fans are safe, duty safe. Let's hope the message boards are right and don't have their black and gold glasses on.
1-1 in the bottom of the second. We've got a play under review. Could be 2-1 Hawkeyes.
Well, let's go with Captain Obvious here. Not only is it 2-1, but your runners on first and second with 1 out for the top of the order.
Yep.
So
top of the order is pretty good for Iowa.
Yeah. So I mean, tie game with 2 out and top of the order. Okay, fine. Up 1 out. It gets a lot more exciting at that point. And yeah, I could.
Well, the umpires have gone into the tunnel near the Iowa dugout. Still waiting on them. Lengthy review. I think they've got to go someplace a little bit deeper down, so it could be taking a while to get there and to get back.
When I walked back there's something called a communications bunker.
Ooh.
It really sounded snazzy.
Wow, that...
And so my guess is they're somewhere near that.
Ton of big spots already in this game. both ways. This being another one of them. Waiting on the umpires to appear. Here they come, and the call is out. Called him out. Oh, called him out. So we'll have to do damage with 2.
Not even sure what to say.
Well,
I mean,
we knew it was close.
Right. That's the hard part. Is there was no clear and obvious to it. But yeah, that's
all right.
Driving a run.
Runners at first and second for Iowa with 2 outs. Here is Ben Wilmus. Ben swung at the first and only pitch that he saw and drove it to right for an out his first time up. Fastball sails high and out, ball 1 to him. We're still tied at 1 here in the bottom of the second.
Like to see some patience here a little bit from Ben this time. O'Halloran's been kind of all over the place and it just hasn't been sharp, so you'd like to see him maybe chase up some pitches here.
1-0 to Wilmus is down the middle for a strike, 1-1. There was your patience right there. I was hoping we'd get another ball before we got to that strike. Wilmus, the DH for Iowa over the past week or so. Here comes the 1-1, swing and a miss. Might have chased that one. It's 1-2.
Just going to say left center field looks pretty big there for Ben if he could catch one of those breaking balls coming across and time it up right. But now you just want to see him be the menace that you've called him any number of times this year.
1 ball, 2 strikes with 2 outs. The pitch to Wilmus. Called third strike, low outside corner. Felt like a big inning was brewing for Iowa. Hawks get 1 to tie it back up in the second, but that's all for now. We'll go to the third right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
At MidAmerican Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of MidAmerican Energy.
Top of the third inning in Omaha. 6th-seeded Michigan, 3rd-seeded Iowa, tied at 1. The Wolverines coming to the plate. Marcus out for another inning of work. He had a little bit of a rest there because it was a long bottom of the second. Hopefully able to regroup and sharpen up a little bit.
Yeah, I like to see him start to find the zone already at 47 pitches, so probably not real long for the game as it is. But, boy, just going back to the bottom of the second inning, if O'Halloran's going to get that called strike 3, oh boy,
that's a problem, isn't it? Low and out, wasn't it?
That's going to be a problem. Low and away, and you know, one of the things that Coach Sutherland said this morning was, you know, if he gets that one, you know, fine, tip it, because you don't want to be swinging at that pitch. Obviously, with 2 strikes, it's a different idea, but that's not a strike. So.
Ted Burton is in the box for Michigan, and Morgan sent a headhunter right by him. He was able to duck out of the way. Marcus needs to take a deep breath. Here comes the 1-0. High and out again, ball 2. Keeps kicking at the mound, trying to get a good landing point for that front foot.
Yeah, it's really interesting. You know, you and I talked about this walking over. Just the natural surface really bothered him at Penn State as he missed in there, and
I think it's bothered him here too.
Yeah, and I was hoping that at Penn State it was just because it was wet and sloppy, but obviously that's certainly not the case here. So
3-0 to Burton.
Oh,
not sure where that missed. High and ball 4, 4-pitch walk to start off the inning for Michigan.
O'Halloran gets the low outside, doesn't touch the corner, and 3-0 pitch touches the top, and No such luck. That's top of the zone, inside part of the plate.
And especially on 3-0, you expect it to expand a little bit, right? All right, work to do for Morgan. He'll go to the stretch. Cut the music here. Here's Jonathan Kim, swing and a foul back to the pad. A little bit of a delay on the in-house music here.
Got the pitch clock running already, and the kid's still chasing the ball. There we go. They reset it.
Good. No balls in the strike. Quick pickoff move to first base. It'll keep Burton close. Again, not a threat, but you don't want him to have a huge lead over there.
Well, and he did go on the 2-2 pitch that Iowa still turned the double play on. But, yeah, you want to make sure you keep him close, keep your option open there.
No balls in a strike. The pitch from Morgan. There's on the outside corner. Good spot there from Marcus. Nothing in 2.
You just want to see Marcus start to get around the zone a little bit better. He'll get more of those calls if he's around the zone. You know, that one's right on the edge there. Good job. This is down low there, though, 1-2.
That's a good pitch, I think. Close enough.
Yeah, it's a good cutter down low below the zone. You're trying to get him to chase a little bit, and certainly a pitch that's worthy of a chase.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Delivery from Morgan. Ground ball again up the middle. Honar's got it. He'll flip it to second for 1. On to first. Safe at first. They called him safe there. Almost hit into another double play. We get Burton out at second on the force. Kim is safe at first base.
Good hustle down the line. Lefty was able to get out of the box quickly. Get down the line and beat it out.
Just a little bit too high of a chopper there. The natural grass kind of deadened it. Took a while to get to Sam at second base. We'll go with Obertop, the DH. He struck out to begin the second. He comes up now in the third. Tie game 1-1. Kim, a little bit more of a stolen base threat. He's 5 of 7 this year. Morgan throws it downstairs to Obertop.
You know, more competitive pitch. Just missed a little down low there. You can live with that, but again, now you just kind of see Marcus overthrowing it. He's kind of there's more twist to it. You want help with a golf swing, I can probably help you. You want help with a pitching motion, I can't do it other than what I can tell you is different than what you've normally seen.
Yeah, you can tell something's a little bit up. 2 balls, no strikes. The pitch lifted in the air to center. Huckstorf moving back in front of the track. He'll get positioned and make the catch for the second out. It was a loud second out, but we got it. And the runner will have to stay put at first base.
A giant part of the park there is.
What did we miss there?
He touched second base. He rounded the bag, and then rather than retouching second base and coming back, he ran straight back. So he gets doubled off second base because he didn't come back correctly.
Well, that'll do it for the inning. I was looking down to jot down that somebody flied out to center. We end up with an unconventional double play.
A very unconventional double play. When he touched second base, it was really interesting, and then I didn't really watch how he came back, but he did. Yeah, watch. There's the replay there. He touches it, rounds off of it, heads straight back without retouching.
Wow. Heads up play by the Hawkeye defense there to get the double play. We'll take it. All right, bottom of the third coming up. Peterson, DeRiggi, and Tello in a tie game. All knotted up at 1 with Michigan. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Your husband is pretty handy to have around. He makes the world's best mac and cheese.
Lunch is ready.
He's in the Tickle Monster Hall of Fame. And he can teach anyone how to throw strikes. But a busted pipe and a basement full of water?
Honey, I think we need a plumber.
Is a little out of his league. That's where a homeowner's policy from Shelter Insurance comes in handy. We'll help get your house back in order and your husband back to what he does best.
Find an agent at shelterinsurance.com. We're your shield. We're your shelter.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Bottom of the third inning in Omaha. We're tied at 1. Sam Peterson making his way to the box. And we'll be ready for the first pitch in a second.
Yes, sure. He called it shortstop to second on the appeal play, so interesting double play there to finish it up.
Yeah, that was a certainly strange way to end that inning. We'll get the networks of station ID in just a second here once Peterson's done with his at-bat. Down on the count, 0-1. O'Halloran ready. The pitch to Sam. Hit in the air to left center. Hit very well. It's carrying. The center fielder moving back towards the wall, and he's got it for the first out. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. Loud out there from Peterson at a number of different parks. That might be out of here, but not this one.
106 off the bat, goes 383 out there to kind of the giant dead zone in center field.
Brennan Durigge in the box. Strikeout victim his first time up. Outside corner on the fastball to him. 0-1.
Durigge could give a souvenir to the Michigan bullpen. That'd be fine.
I'd be all right with that. 0-1 pitch, high and tight on Brennan, in on the hands. That's a ball. Iowa with 3 hits, Michigan with 2. The Wolverines have committed 2 errors, both by the right fielder Velazquez.
No, the one was the catcher.
Oh, you're right. You're right. I was thinking about the potential that he could have had on the one that Frazier hit down the line.
Don't hammer Velazquez. He just has one. He could have.
It was a bad one.
Could have had a second one.
Yeah, you're right. 1-2's the count on Durigge. Lefty on lefty matchup here. The pitch. Called third strike on the outside corner. Right on the edge. Durigge struggling today. He's 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts.
That's a really good pitch there. Threw the breaking ball up. Got it, was able to kind of start it inside part of the plate and break it all the way to the outside part. Send Durigge back to the dugout.
Thought maybe we'd have some momentum after that strange double play to end the top of the third, but so far O'Halloran has kept us quiet. Here's Tello with bases empty, 2 outs. First pitch to Rader. Swinging bunt down the third base side. O'Halloran picks it up, spinning, throw over to first. He threw it away. Tello around first, head to second base. What was that?
What a dumb play.
Very much so.
I know he's left-handed, so it's a little bit weird for him to come up and do it, but clearly, I love Rader Tello. Blazing speed is not the one thing that he brings to the batter's box. Plant your feet, take your time, throw him out. Instead, Hawks all of a sudden now have a runner in scoring position and a chance here for Sam Honar.
Third error of the game for Michigan. Got to start making them pay a little bit more than we have already. Letting them off the hook a touch, but that was a strange play by the pitcher. He had plenty of time, and he tried almost like a Jeter-esque throw.
Not much of a scoop try there from the first baseman either. As that ball takes a good bounce that he can get. He kind of turns his head, looks away, and
all right, well, Tello's at second with 2 outs. Here's Honar, swings at the first pitch, pops it up left side. This will find the seats and get out of play.
Thump.
That landed 1 row behind a gentleman sitting down the line there.
That had no interest in moving.
No, I don't know if he saw it off the bat or not, but that was close. Honar singled and scored in the second. Single would do us well right now.
The problem with 1 row behind you is it can ricochet off and get you.
Yeah. Not a care in the world down there. Here's the 0-1 to Honar. That's in the dirt and away from the catcher, but not far enough. Tello has to stay at second.
Well, and a great block that he kind of pushed it toward third base as well. So, it would have been tough moving for Tello to get cooking down to third base with the ball taking Sotrace that direction already.
Just got to stick to the process here. A lot of room on the left side for Sam if he could ever push one that way. Here comes the 1-1. That's in the dirt, a little bit outside as well. Ball 2.
And again, working him away. Fastball, slider away, kind of showed it there. So be up to Sam now. Again, take that left center field gap. Drive it right out to Dr. Pepper out there.
O'Halloran's 2-1. Check swing. Sam went around. He chased that one. That was the worst pitch of them all. 2-2.
Yeah, he kind of was looking fastball again, and his scouting report is, it's spin heavy. So after he showed you the fastball, the odds of him doubling up were pretty slim. Now with 2 strikes, you kind of really have to have to look there and fight off fastball if he happens to throw it.
Again, low and out. And Sam did a good job there with plate discipline. Did not go after it. Full count for Honar.
Well, if they throw it to you once and chase it, you're probably going to see it again.
Sure. Now it's kind of a wild card. Could be anything. 3 balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs. Tello at second base. The pitch from O'Halloran. Outside, ball 4. Great at bat there by Honar.
Really nicely done. The spin came again, and he was on it. Didn't go chasing another pitch that was low and away. And if I'm Michigan, I'm probably okay with that. As much as you like the lefty-lefty matchup and the free swinger, he's got some power and some pop, and so you're going to try to be careful and then see if Seegers can beat you. But again, Seegers, a hot hitter in Big Ten play, so
just a sharp line drive somewhere, Michael. High and outside fastball called a strike to start off Seegers at bat. He was hit by a pitch back in the second. I think Michael likes that pitch, though, if he could see it again. Something he could drive to right center over that second baseman's head. Runners at first and second for Iowa with 2 outs. 0-1 pitch to Michael. Fouled back to the screen, 0-2.
Big work now.
Yeah.
You got the guy with the whole array of pitches, but when he gets the 2 strikes, he tends to spin.
Michael's a smart hitter. Choked up on the bat a bit, and he's ready. No balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs. The pitch. Michael popped it up. Left center. And the center fielder will come forward. That's Kim. He's got it. So the Hawkeyes strand 2 runners. They're putting pressure on him, but haven't been able to scrape across anything more than 1. We've played 3 at Charles Schwab Field on day 1 of the Big Ten tournament here in Omaha. We're tied at 1 with Michigan. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Ooh, got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
John Evans and John Leo in the broadcast booth at Charles Schwab Field in Omaha. The Big Ten tournament, the Hawkeyes the 3 seed this year. Michigan the 6. Teams did not meet in the regular season. Got a solid game going so far. Tied at 1 with the Wolverines. Morgan back out there for the 4th inning. Velasquez, Flores, and Van Remortel coming up. And the bottom half of the order really hurt us. That's where Michigan scored their run. It all really started with Velasquez, who singled and would later score back in the 2nd inning.
Yeah, it kind of got to be free base central after that.
Yes.
That was the problem. A good flare over Seeger's head from Velasquez.
Left-handed hitter. He's out there in right field. He's a veteran, senior, batting .254 coming into the game.
6 seniors in Michigan's starting lineup.
Swings at the first pitch, pops it high to the left side, tailing towards foul territory where Peterson is there for the first out. We'll take that, won't we?
Great job from Petey there to break down right before he got it. He was on a full sprint, but just as he got there, kind of settled his feet down so that he wasn't bouncing his eye line and was able to make a relatively smooth, relatively easy catch. 1 pitch, 1 out.
And for Marcus, that's pitch number 59. And I was just going to allude to that anytime you can get a 1 pitch, 1 out type of situation, as we get to the middle innings and with the pitch count getting up there a little bit for Morgan, you'll take that. Probably anticipate Flores maybe taking here after the 1 pitch, 1 out. So throw him a strike, Marcus. Instead, low and out. That's ball 1.
The pitch wasn't as bad as it looked.
No, got by Moss. I think Cade just missed it. He might have blinked.
He was trying to frame it up a little bit because it was just on the low outside part of the plate.
1-0 delivery from Morgan is fouled back over the net. It'll find the seats behind home plate. 1-1. Marcus looks a little bit better in the first few pitches of the fourth.
To your point there, that's a pitch that, maybe Flores takes, but he mentioned his first at-bat. He's a guy that's not really looking to walk. Doesn't strike out a lot, not really looking to walk, wants to put it in play.
Low outside corner. If Marcus starts hitting that, we might be in good shape.
Well, we could see some more time out of him if he starts dotting that up there.
1 ball and 2 strikes to Flores. Morgan out of the windup, the pitch. That one bounced in front of the plate, ball 2.
That was the anti-dot.
Yes, that one not as close. Flores could give up on that one right away. All right, battle back, settle right back in here, Marcus. 2 balls, 2 strikes with 1 out in the Michigan fourth. We're tied at 1. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Down he goes. Another strikeout for Morgan, his 3rd of the day. 2 down.
And that was, again, right back to where you wanted it. Low and outside. Up a little bit, knee high, maybe slightly above. And got it, though, right out on the black part of the plate. And 2 outs, 2 quick outs here in the 4th inning.
Go right at this guy here, Jack Van Remortel, who walked in the 2nd. Marcus has looked much better so far in the 4th. Put the cherry on top of the inning right here, Morgan. Fastball down to start off the at-bat to the Michigan first baseman. Hawks will have 7, 8, 9, Huckstorf, Frazier, and Moss due up in the bottom half of the inning when we get there. 1-0 pitch from Morgan is just low, ball 2. Righty on righty matchup. Morgan's ready. Here it comes. Inside corner. That's a strike. 2-1.
Good high strike there. Popped it right into the zone.
So a couple of times today, the Iowa pitcher has got to a 2-0 count and battled back. We'll see if he can draw it even here. Check swing. It looks like he got maybe a piece of it and fouled it back 2-2.
Good pitch. Would have been a strike anyway, but had him fooled.
What do you like here, John?
I want to see him throw that the slider just off the plate. He's had a
low and out.
A little bit of a challenge commanding him, but start it at the middle of the plate, break it off the edge.
Here's a 2-2. I think it might have been that, and just off the end of the bat and hit foul to the right side.
Yeah, pretty much got exactly what I wanted. Just couldn't quite miss the bat. So now that you got him leaning there, give him the fastball back inside and go get him.
Moss flashes the signs. Morgan is ready. Here comes the 2-2. Low and out, ball 3.
Doubled up on it, tried to go back to it.
Just a little bit too far outside that time, and now the options are open for Marcus. From the windup, the 3-2. Line drive foul. Behind the Michigan dugout, we'll do it again. This has turned into a tough at-bat with Van Remortel.
Good fastball, got him to chase it there.
Here we go again with a 3-2. Lined back up the middle. Honar will pick it up on a 1-hop. Throw across to Deriggi. 3 up, 3 down. That's a good inning there for Marcus Morgan.
Well done there. 54-mile-an-hour exit velocity there on that little spinner. Honar kind of had to corral it with the spin coming to him. Made a good long throw to Deriggi. And Hawks are through 4 innings. Chance to take the lead here.
Let's do just that as the Hawkeye fans get on their feet. It'll be Huckstorf, Frazier, and Moss due up for Iowa in the bottom of the 4th. We're tied at 1 with Michigan. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. The Hotel Kirkwood, named the Corridor Business Journal's 2022 Best Banquet and Event Venue. And awarded the AAA 4 Diamond Award for lodging. To make reservations, visit thehotelatkirkwood.com or call 877-751-5111 for more information.
Bottom of the fourth inning in Omaha. Michigan and Iowa tied at 1. Sounds like a good time to break that tie, take the lead with Huckstorf, Frazier, and Moss. Huckstorf drove in the Iowa run today with a sacrifice fly there in the second. That's where all the scoring has been today. Michigan with 1 run in the second, Iowa with 1 in the second.
Riddle me this, Joker. How is Michigan 1 for 7 against leadoff hitters?
That's got to be an error. No way that's possible. Huckstorf swings at the first pitch, drives it down the line and right. It's carrying well, and he's at the wall, and he caught it with his back at the wall.
Huck took that. 341, needed 343, maybe? 344? Yeah. Good opposite field poke. Took the fastball that was up and away and drove it out to right. Really nicely done. Velasquez tracked it out there, and
off the bat, I wasn't sure if it had a chance like that to carry and get out, but it moved all the way to the wall. It's just allowed out for Huck. Here's Braden Frazier with 1 out, bases empty. Pitch from O'Halloran, low and out, ball 2.
Trying to figure out, the flag is blowing at us, correct? I mean, so
yes.
That's kind of into the wind. You're not going to get any help right now, really.
The windup in the 2-0 delivery. Frazier will watch it go by for a strike. That's all right, 2-1.
Maybe, well, but now it's flipped the other way. I was going to say maybe to the literal corners, the foul poles, you might be able to get some help, but otherwise you're not going to get it in the middle of the ballpark.
No, not today. Big gap in left center for Braden. The 2-1, he pulled that hard and foul. It'll find the second deck, but not between the white lines. It's 2-2.
Rattles that up in 220, 221 over there. Saw the breaking ball coming all the way across the plate. Good ball, though. Low and in from O'Halloran again.
Off the plate outside there, and the count's been run full. Frazier with good discipline. Pitch count-wise for O'Halloran, he's up over 55 now.
Inconsequential to him.
Yeah, I mean, he's about halfway to what his limit probably is. Here's the 3-2. Frazier pulls it to left, and it will be caught. A diving catch by Flores. I don't know if it was a necessary dive, but he did it anyway, and he made the grab, 2 down.
Would have been fun to see that one scoot past him.
Yeah, Frazier would have had a couple extra bases. Instead, 2 outs for Cade Moss.
That was necessary to dive.
Think so?
Yeah, just saw the replay. He's not catching that if he doesn't dive. That or he's much more.
Well, he didn't get that great of an ovation from his fans then.
That or he's much more flexible than me to be able to bend down there and get it.
Both might be true. Here's Cade Moss. First pitch strike to him on the outside corner. Cade tried to bunt home a run and hit it right back to the pitcher his first time up. 0-1 pitch to Moss. Line drive foul to the right, 0-2. So Morgan had a great fourth inning. Looks like O'Halloran might be on his way to 1 as well, unless Moss can stay alive here. Long pause. Here comes the 0-2 to Cade. Low outside corner. That's a called third strike. A 1-2-3 inning for the Hawks in the fourth. All right, pitchers duel brewing in Omaha. 1-1 as we get to the fifth. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Oh, hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
Here's an easy pill to swallow. Right now, earn a 5-cent fuel saver on every prescription you fill at your Hy-Vee pharmacy. That's 5 cents off per gallon of gas for each prescription filled at Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee makes it easy to fill your prescriptions. Just call or stop by your local Hy-Vee pharmacy and let us handle the rest. You can also fill online or use the mobile app. Fill a prescription and start earning today. Some restrictions apply. See your pharmacy or Hy-Vee.com for details.
8, 9, and 1 due up for the Wolverines here in the top of the 5th. It'll be Voigt, Sotrace, and Jeffress. Morgan back out there for the 5th. Just 5 combined hits between these two teams. Michigan's got 3 errors, though, but they have not proven costly to this point.
Yeah, only the one hurt it all, but we talked about this a little bit before the game and kind of in the lead up here. And again, I want to be perfectly clear, not complaining about the umpire, just making an observation that if the umpire is generous on the edges of the strike zone, that favors a pitcher like O'Halloran.
Yep.
And you're seeing that right now as Wilmus gets punched out on a ball that might have been outside. Cade gets punched out on a ball that might have been low and outside. Again, they're all close, and at some point you've got to make an adjustment, but certainly a way for O'Halloran to get really deep into a game.
Sure.
When you're talking about a control pitcher.
Batter is Mitch Voigt, right-handed hitter. Morgan has come in and dealt a couple strikes by him. 0-2 right off the rip. Voigt singled in the run on the swinging bunt to Tello back in the 2nd inning. No balls, 2 strikes. Morgan's ready. Here it comes. How about that one? Where'd that miss? Apparently low and out.
Yeah, I mean, that's strike 3. I mean, that's.
I was going to follow up with your point and say, as long as we get the call, too, we did not get it right there. Here comes the 1-2. Line drive, right field, foul.
Yeah, Marcus took a stroll around the mound before that, or after that one. I mean, it's.
I'd have to as well. Part of that ball was in the strike zone. It wasn't on the corner necessarily. Here comes the 1-2. That's in the dirt. 2-2 now. Well, this all of a sudden feels like a little bit of a swing batter now, like a swing spot in the game.
Well, and we've talked about that through a couple different people and starts. You get but now you have to buckle down.
Almost hit him, threw it up and in, and just like that, the count's full.
You have to be mentally sharp. You have to be able to, to kind of whatever you want to call it, rise above that, and go get the out.
3-2. Walked him.
Because the umpire only made one of those calls. Let's be real clear about that. The other 3 pitches were non-competitive, and so that problem doesn't fall on, although the umpire may be.
Yeah, I mean, and the home plate umpire is going over to talk to the coaching staff of Iowa. Coach Heller's leaning over the top of the dugout along with Coach Sutherland, and they're letting the home plate umpire know they're not pleased with how things are going. So they're kind of justifying what we're talking about. I know we're being a little bit defensive of the umpire at the same time as well, but if the coaching staff is jumping on him, I think it's fair that we share that detail as well.
Well, and yeah, because again, that's you've changed the whole tone of the inning at this point by what just happened there.
Sacrifice bunt attempt now for Michigan goes foul from Sotrace down the first base line. They've got their leadoff hitter on with a walk. Marcus's 4th issued of the day. I don't know if we got issued a warning there.
He didn't flash anything. He didn't write anything in the book. So I don't think it was official. But now why are we not? Marcus is on the rubber. Let's go.
Start the clock. Yeah.
So we're slow walking the guy back, and we still haven't started the clock yet.
We've been called out for much less. All right. Here's a sac bunt attempt again, and Marcus throws it to the backstop. So you don't have to worry about the sack bunt now as the runner gets to second base. Free base for Michigan, their second of the inning. We're tied at 1 in the 5th.
You actually still have to worry about the bunt here.
Sure, yeah, actually good point.
Wouldn't necessarily be afraid to move him to third with the control problems Marcus has had.
1 ball, 1 strike with nobody out. Corners are in for Iowa. Yes, Sotres has squared to bunt. Here's the pitch, way outside, 2-1. He's trying to give himself up, Marcus.
Again, this is where I get it. The guy shouldn't be standing on second base, but you've got to be mentally tough here. As Cade Moss will take a walk out, have a chat.
That'll help the bullpen accelerate their activity. I believe that's Jack Whitlock down there getting loose. Runner at second for Michigan with nobody out. We're tied at 1 in the 5th. Fans of both sides shouting their respective chants. Let's go Hawks from those down to the left. Let's go Blue down here to the right. 2-1's the count. The pitch from Morgan, bunted down the first base side, foul again. Sotres can't get it down. Now it'll get interesting.
Well, he's a .216 hitter. Go get him.
Boy, you talk about a strikeout possibility here. That can really change the momentum of the inning.
Well, because you roll around to the top here, you just, give him the slider away, make it show plate at the beginning and then break it off there and let's let him go back to the dugout with his bat.
The 2-2 looked good. Called a ball.
Just paints the top part of the zone and doesn't get the call.
Full count. Coach Heller just shrugs, throws his palms to the sky there. 3 balls, 2 strikes with nobody out. Corners pitching in. Sotres squaring to bunt. The pitch from Morgan. Downstairs, ball 4. Couple of walks in the inning. Nobody out. Runners at first and second for Michigan in this tie game.
Hate to say it. I just think you got to make a move here.
Yeah, I don't know if we see Marcus being able to turn it around right now. Coach Heller is on the top step. Is Jack ready to go?
He's done throwing.
He is done throwing. Coach Heller has popped out of the dugout. That'll do it for Marcus. Iowa's got to make a move to the bullpen. Michigan 1, Iowa 1 in the top of the 5th. The Wolverines have runners on first and second with nobody out. Tense times here in Omaha. Got to bring in Jack Whitlock to calm things down. We'll take a pitching change break. We'll come back right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
At US Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing US Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever.
Oh my goodness. Visit US Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to US Mode, even if you're not a customer. US Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
The Hawkeyes turn to the bullpen in the 5th inning. A tie game with Michigan. It's 1-1. Iowa going with right-hander Jack Whitlock from Cumming, Georgia.
6-0 on the season with a save in 14 appearances, 1.04 ERA, 26 innings, 11 hits, 7 runs, just 3 of those earned, 5 walks, and 27 strikeouts. Opponents hitting 131 against Jack, and he'll need all of that right now to get out of this mess.
Well, you knew this game was going to be tough any way you looked at it. Hadn't seen Michigan in the regular season, so a new opponent. A team coming to Omaha reeling. They've lost 4 in a row. And giving us a little bit of trouble here. We're in a tie game, though, 1-1. Runners at first and second for the Wolverines with nobody out in the inning. Going to need Jack to throw a ton of strikes for us. It'll be the top of the order, so he's right into the teeth of this Michigan offense.
Well, and, at this point, what is a strike? It's Marcus hit the bottom outside corner that's been a strike in the bottom half of the inning, and he listed one across the top part of the zone there that O'Halloran doesn't hit a ton, but is still a strike. But again, none of that matters at this point, so you've got to come in and you got to do what's necessary here. Whitlock's not exactly a ground ball pitcher, but he's he is a good strikeout pitcher with his movement. He can keep hitters off balance. So there's still a good chance. Top of the order here for Jeffress. You got the bunt in play again, so
yes,
Hawks will have to be ready for that. Play good fundamental defense here.
I think it's almost a certainty that they're going to bunt here, wouldn't you think?
I would certainly think so, because then you've got your two best hitters coming up, and you'd love to have those guys come up with runners on second and third.
All right, we're ready to go. Jeffress in the box, left-handed hitter, Whitlock setting up and ready. Runners at first and second for Michigan with nobody out. No sign of a bunt yet from Jeffress. He'll try a pickoff move to second base. Almost threw it into center field. Honar had to dive to stop it.
Hawks were it's like you're trying to get a team to false start. You've got a lot of motion going on. You've got a lot of moving around. You're trying to get the runner at second to maybe feel a little comfortable as Seegers broke to third, and Honar tried to break in behind him. But Voigt was on top of it all, hustled back.
Pitch from Whitlock, lifted in the air to right, hit very well down the line, and looks like it'll find the seats. It does, a few rows back. Foul ball.
Not a ton of foul territory over there as that ball just kind of hooked into the stands there. And what do you have? 6-8 feet.
Oh yeah.
When you get down the line, there's not a ton all the way down there.
No balls and a strike to the leadoff hitter for Michigan. Here comes the 0-1 from Whitlock. Just outside for a ball.
Just outside, you optimist.
Well, he tried to go backdoor there.
I like where your head's at.
See how much we can expand it on our side. Apparently not much today. Jack's ready with the 1-1. Here it is. Low and in, ball two. Looks like Jeffress maybe squared to bunt a little bit there. He spun out of the way. It was close.
He did square to bunt there, and that ball was just off the inside part of the plate. Didn't miss by much. Problem was Moss was set up outside.
Whitlock's 2-1 is missed. He tried to bunt it, and he missed it. 2-2.
It seems like it should be so easy to bunt, but that's a Frisbee coming in there. And, the ball's just kind of floating. That was 72 miles an hour, and Jeffress just kind of poked at it and completely whiffed at it. Big spot here for Whitlock.
Huge. Here comes his 2-2 delivery. Tapped foul. Had him reaching for it, and he just barely got a piece of it. 2-2 it'll stay. Nobody out in the inning. Got to get that first out as soon as you can.
Whitlock tried to, as you like to say, come in that back door without knocking that time. Jeffress fought it off. It was down low out of the zone. Good piece of hitting just to get a bat on it.
Fastball high and out now. Full count. Jeffress is 0 for 2 today with a strikeout. But Michigan has been so patient this morning. A lot of full counts. Here's another one from Whitlock. 3 balls and 2 strikes with nobody out. The pitch, outside, ball 4. The bases are loaded. We've walked them 3 straight times in the inning.
Actually, we haven't, but the umpires called 2 of them.
Man. Haven't earned anything in this inning. Bases are loaded for Michigan with nobody out.
Just Whitlock's 6th walk on the season.
See if Jack goes back to the wind up here, if he stays in the stretch. against Ted Burton, who, like John alluded to earlier, probably their best hitter. First pitch from Whitlock floats in for a strike. Good start from Jack, 0-1.
I suppose I'm a little surprised the Hawkeye infield isn't pulled in. Tough to play, tough to turn a double play even with this type of smooth. Oh, as he stuck his elbow in. No, yeah, he did not. He stuck it. That is a strike as he stuck his arm out there, stuck it right out over the plate.
Burton turned into that one and got hit by the pitch. He's going to have to come back to the box, though. Michigan's coach is out of the dugout. He's going to argue with Jim Shaley behind home plate.
It is close. We may have caught a break with this one, but
Michigan's asking for a review. I don't know if you can review that. Oh, the umpires are going to meet in front of the mound.
He clearly chicken wings it out when the replay we saw, but I'm not sure that he's all the way out to the strike zone, but I didn't think something like that would be reviewable.
We'll see what they come up with.
I suppose what you do is you ask the question. No, they are going to review it.
They're going to review it.
Which, if anything should make you feel bad, Hawkeye fans, it's this right now. There's no way you can tell that's not over the plate.
This will be interesting. I can't guess anymore. Yeah, I think he leaned into it. But what do we know? We've been wrong a ton today.
Have we, though?
Based on the official results and outcomes, yes.
Okay, fair. Fair.
Tied at 1 as it stands right now. And we're challenging if Michigan's batter Burton leaned into a pitch or not. They keep showing us this camera angle from
which shows
the Michigan dugout, which doesn't show anything at all. This one from behind Whitlock shows that he leans forward into that. It should be pretty clear cut, but again, what do we know today? It's either going to be a Michigan lead at 2-1 in the 5th.
And still nobody out. And the bases still loaded. Or it's going to be 1-1 and an 0-2 count.
You know what I find interesting is that the home plate umpire, he stays out here. He doesn't have anything to do with the
it's the crew
review.
Chief.
Okay.
The crew chief and whoever his first mate is are the two guys that head in there.
Well, John, while we got a second, what's it going to take here for us to feel a little bit better about this? Because we're giving Michigan a ton of bases today. And they have said
strike 2.
Yeah, strike 2. So they've come out, and we can table that conversation for another time. But yeah, they say they did lean into it. He's got to stay in the box. All right, we're not out of the woods, certainly. It's 0-2, though, which is better than giving up the lead at this time. That might fire up Burton a little bit, though.
Well, that's great. He can swing over the top of a Whitlock breaking ball that goes out of the zone and send him back to the dugout as he struck out 51 times on the year already.
Iowa has the belief that they're the best team in the conference. Moments like these can help reinforce that belief. Here comes the 0-2 from Whitlock. Way outside. Great stop by Moss. He had to spin and pirouette to stop that one. Otherwise, it would have been a Wolverine run.
That's Cade Moss. What a fantastic play there to protect a run, keep all the forces intact.
Out of the windup, the 1-2. Outside, 2-2. Well, you've thrown your waste pitches now, and you have to come back into the zone. Burton probably knows it.
Well, yeah, I like well, unfortunately, the first one wasn't a good waste pitch, and so he wasted a waste pitch.
2-2. Just got a piece of it and fouled it back. Could barely hear it tick off the bat from up here. Infield still playing back for Iowa. Bases loaded for the Wolverines. Nobody out in the 5th. 1-1 game. Here's the pitch from Whitlock. Popped up towards the Michigan dugout, and right behind it, we'll do it again.
Jack got away with one there. Center on a breaking ball.
Did he? See what he throws here on another 2-2 to Burton. Slider outside. Pressure pitch now, full count. Bases full, no place to put him.
Michigan crowd getting more excited, more engaged.
Here's a 3-2 from Whitlock on its way home. Fouled back.
Oh, man. Tough play by two Iowa fans there. Bounces off the press box. Coming down soft to them. They miss the play. Bounces away. Let's hope that...
Not a bad omen, I hope.
The Iowa fielders can make one here.
3 balls, 2 strikes with nobody out. Bases full. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Whitlock got him. 1 down.
What a pitch there. 73-mile-an-hour breaking ball.
There's 1.
And the guy that likes to hit ground balls comes to the plate, and Jonathan Kim.
Yep. He's hit a couple of them today. 1 led to a double play. The other, he reached on a fielder's choice. But he's seeing a different pitcher this time. It's Whitlock versus Kim. Runners at first, second, and third for Michigan. 1 out in the 5th. Jack is ready. Here's the pitch to the lefty. Strike 1.
Nice snap right in there again from Whitlock. Good breaking ball.
Jack in the windup. Here comes the 0-1. That's low and in. Moss will pin it down with the chest protector. 1-1.
Great block again from Cade Moss. Slid over. Well, you want Whitlock to kind of have his whole arsenal of pitches, and to do that, you've got to have a catcher you trust. Moss was fantastic right there.
1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. 1-2. Went with that frisbee pitch that you like to call, and threw it way high, and Kim couldn't resist.
Yeah, kept it up in the zone. Again, when it's floating in there at 74 miles an hour, it just looks like something you can clobber.
The 1-2. Swing and a miss. Foul tip into the glove of Captain Cade. 2 down.
What a scoop. Cade Moss, backhand pick. You're not done yet.
Nope.
You're not done yet.
There's 2.
Obertop is, again, I get it. He's down 208, having a hard time this year, but he's not an easy out. He is a strikeout candidate, though. He's a guy you can go get.
Stay focused, stay locked in here. Bases still loaded for Michigan. Here's Obertop, 2 down. First pitch, strike 1. Whitlock looks down at the left wrist for the sign. Quickly toes the rubber. The 0-1 pitch. Strike 2 on the outside corner. 0-2.
Hawks finally catch a break on the outside part of the plate there. Again, you're not done.
Not done.
2 strikes. You got to finish the at-bat.
Hawkeye fans rise to their feet to the left. Here comes the 0-2 from Jack. That's low and out. Good block again by Cade. It bounced off his left shoulder, but all the runners stay put.
And that was a tough block, too, as that one bounced well in front of the plate. Cade did a good job to keep it corralled.
Obertop in the box. Whitlock is on the rubber, ready for the 1-2 pitch. Here it comes from Captain Jack. Just outside. We got the call a couple seconds ago. We didn't get it there. 2-2.
Oh, my goodness. Where?
How didn't he swing at that, John?
That pitch was outside. Now I see TrackMan. Okay, I'll lay off. That was outside.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The pitch from Whitlock. Low, ball 3.
Overthrew the breaking ball there. You don't see Jack overthrow the breaking ball that often, although he has bounced quite a few. I know he's trying to hit a spot here. He's trying to be very particular.
No place to put him.
Carousel will start moving.
Yep, runners will be going on the full count pitch from Whitlock. Here it comes. Swing and a miss. He got him.
What a pitch. What a 3 outs for Jack Whitlock. Hello, my man. Let's go get some runs here in the bottom of the 5th inning.
How about that for Captain Jack? 3 walks to load the bases, followed by 3 strikeouts, and Jack looks over to the dugout and he says, "Let's go, boys." Bottom of the 5th inning coming up. We're still tied at 1. Top of the order coming up for the Hawkeyes right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel, the Jill Armstrong team, Wisconsin Realty, the area's premier realtor, and Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Jill Armstrong and her team strive to make every buyer and seller at ease with the real estate process. Contact the Jill Armstrong team, Wisconsin Realty, for all of your real estate needs. Call 319-631-5455.
At US Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever.
Oh my goodness. Visit US Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. US Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
Well, it looked like doom and gloom for a little bit there for the Hawks. After walking the bases loaded, we'll take them out one at a time and strike them out 3 times in a row.
Every human being listening to this broadcast has watched Major League, and the breathing into the bag there on that one.
Yes.
That was certainly what that whole last at bat was, if it didn't lead up before that, as Jack comes in, puts out the fire for Marcus. Very, very nicely done. Now you gotta take advantage, punish him right back.
Scrap, fight, claw, kick. Wilmus is in the box to lead off the 5th, and he took one high and tight for a ball. Almost hit him. Bennett squared to bunt, which drew the Michigan infield in. We're tied at 1 in the bottom of the 5th. O'Halloran's still out there. Hasn't thrown a strike yet to Wilmus, though it's 2-0. What do you do here?
Take.
I agree with you. He hasn't been close. Don't let him off the hook. Make him throw more pitches.
Yeah, I mean, you don't really, even if you think it's a fastball that you want.
That was a fastball. I don't know how much you want it, though. It looked pretty inside. It was a called strike, 2-1. You'd have to really be guessing for that one on the inside half.
The TrackMan is spotty. It's irritating me.
O'Halloran's 2-1 pitch to Wilmus. Tap down the third base side. Ben fouled it off in the box, though. He's limping around. And so the count now even at 2.
And that was a good fastball down low, middle of the plate.
Ouch. Ben took it off that front left toe.
He's got a plastic guard. Those plastic things are great for you.
That all year? I feel like, okay, all right. 2 balls, 2 strikes. We're ready for play. O'Halloran taking his time. He's ready. Here it comes. That's low, ball 3. How about a leadoff man getting on for the Hawks? We've only done it once today, and that was the inning we scored in.
So that sounds like a good plan.
Yeah, make it a trend. Find a way here, Ben. Lefty on righty matchup. The full count pitch to Wilmus. Low, ball 4. We'll take it. Let's go.
And again, you're a guy that doesn't walk many guys. What a great at-bat there from Wilmus to keep it moving along, take a close pitch there. Trust the umpire, which is not the easiest thing to do. That ball was well low, but again, a good slide. Actually, that was a fastball as he was trying to just locate and get a chase out of it.
I thought it looked off-speed-ish too as well. All right, here's Peterson. Petey has a single. Takes a fastball for a strike inside corner. That was more of an off-speed, I think, actually.
Yeah, that was that little spinny slider. Dropped it right on the inside part of the plate.
Tough pitch to do a lot with. Here's the 0-1 to Peterson. Hit in the air to right and foul. 0-2.
Sammy P. Come on now. Have a good at bat.
Just feel like he could string some things together against O'Halloran. He's off to a great start of the season. He's having a great start here today. Just 3 hits for the Hawks, but he's been fortunate, I think, to escape without more damage against him.
But it's kind of what he does. I mean, he gives up a few hits. He doesn't give up any free bases, and so he kind of makes you earn it.
0-2 to Peterson. Swing and a miss. That's out number 1.
Boy, that was just good high challenge fastball. 90-mile-an-hour fastball, middle of the plate, but up.
I'm looking forward to this this matchup right here. O'Halloran versus DeRiggi, and O'Halloran has had Brennan's number this morning. DeRiggi 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. You just don't see Brennan look the way he's looked for an entire game. First pitch to him, swings at it and fouled it off. So that's a little bit different than the first couple of at-bats. He swung at the first pitch.
Yeah, he saw a fastball and unfortunately missed it. That ball was pretty much center. Just couldn't get around and barrel it up.
Quick move over to first base where Ben Wilmus has to dive back.
Yeah, we talked a lot about that. With the running game, Iowa just hasn't had any chance to put it in play.
A 1 pitch to DeRiggi, broke in for a strike. 0-2. Yeah, Brennan looks puzzled up there today.
Well, and that was he threw the breaking ball at his back pocket, broke it across inside part of the plate. Now you've really got to look for that breaking ball away again.
Here's the 0-2. High that time, ball 1.
They actually showed fastball up, and I suppose that's probably, if you're going to look breaking ball away, you show fastball to stand him up. Now maybe you go with the breaking ball away.
Hang tough in there, Brennan. The pause and the 1-2. Called third strike.
It's a good pitch.
Yep. Low portion of the plate, DeRiggi puzzled. He's 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts.
Yeah, DeRiggi doesn't like it, but that's just an outstanding pitch.
To your point that you make a lot, the catcher was set up outside there, and it was
correct.
It looked strange based on the catcher having to come back. But yeah, that was right at the knees. It'll be up to Raider Tello to try to keep this inning going. Wilmus at first with 2 outs. First pitch to Raider. Ground ball up the middle and through into center field. Wilmus around second. He's headed for third. He's got his head down. He's sprinting. He'll get there.
Wow. Surprise. That ball was shallow center field. And Jonathan Kim decided he didn't want any part of trying to throw him out.
Didn't even think about throwing it to third there.
Really didn't. I mean, Wilmus touches second base. Kim's only a step or 2 away from the ball. Boy, my kingdom for a pass ball. I mean, I'll take a hit. Sammy can pound one if he wants, but
we're due for a pass ball. We haven't had one in a while. Go our way.
Yeah, exactly.
Runners at the corners. We got time called here for Michigan, and it looks like we'll have a mound visit. There's nobody throwing. There are some bodies down there in the Michigan bullpen behind the right field wall, but
it's probably more of a first and third situation. What are you going to do here? And Tello's not the guy you're going to probably play any games with. No. Of hey, go and then stop and see what happens. There's a couple other guys where Iowa might try to play that game and see if you can get Wilmus to score there, but Tello's probably not it. So we'll see. O'Halloran's just at 75 pitches. He's probably got 25 more in him. So at least another inning based on his history so far, unless Iowa can all of a sudden start pounding him around.
Well, and that makes what happened in the top half of the inning so much bigger, because if you're in the game to get O'Halloran out, you got to keep it close as possible for when you do get to the Michigan bullpen. And so that's probably what Iowa could be thinking about as well right now, and doing a good job of it so far. We're in the bottom of the 5th, tied at 1. Iowa with 4 hits today, Michigan with 2.
O'Halloran in 3 of his last 5 starts, 115, 116, and 110.
Just a little bit more than 25. He's probably got...
Yeah, he might have 35 then, which is 2 more innings.
Honar's in the box, swings and misses at the first pitch. Probably shouldn't have offered at that one. It was low and out.
Yeah, good breaking ball there. And, we talked about it in Sam's first at-bat. He showed good plate discipline. Did a nice job. Had a single, drew a walk.
He's had a good day trying to break the tie. Lefty on lefty matchup, the 0-1. Swing and a miss. Chased it again down there, 0-2.
He got to 2 strikes last at-bat, and he did a really nice job of laying off the breaking ball. I get we've talked about it. Do your 1/9. You have to execute your plan. You can't go be over anxious here, or nothing good happens.
No balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs. The pitch. That one he laid off. Good job there, Sam. It was outside, ball 1.
Tough pitch there, and again with something that you've been chasing before. Wouldn't You're going to throw it again and see if you can get him to fish. Sam's able to hold off. I'd love to see Sam lean out over the plate.
Tello takes off for second, and he'll get there easily as the pitcher O'Halloran stepped off the back of the mound.
Yeah, they were conferring to make sure he did. Great job there as the Hawks, rather than play any sort of game, tried to just see if they could
coax him into a box.
Yeah, and O'Halloran did a great job. He stepped off with the back foot, was controlled.
The 1-2, Sam shoots it into left, base hit. Wilmus scores. Here comes Tello. The throw to the plate is not in time. Sammy Honar, Hodge, yes. Hawks lead 3-1.
My man goes the opposite way, lines it into the hole, and that ball was not a gimme, but again, you take second base now, all of a sudden instead of 2-1, it's 3-1 because Tello gets the base. Oh my goodness, you get out of bases loaded jam and nobody out, you come back, you score the runs, you take the lead. Hello, Hawks.
3-1 Iowa in the bottom of the fifth. Thank you, Sam Honar.
What a piece of hitting there.
Just through the hands, John. We've been asking him to do it.
Well, because he was working, stay off the slider, stay off the slider. It's
Seager's line drive over the second baseman's head. Honar rounding second, headed for third. Throw will be into second base. Runners at the corners once again for the black and gold with Kyle Huckstorf coming up.
Going back to Honar just real quick, he's worried about slider, sees the fastball and it's like, uh-oh, but just drops the bat barrel on it, lines it out there, and now all of a sudden, you got two faster guys on base again.
You could play those games that you talked about.
Don't be surprised to see another little game moving around here. You finally have somebody moving in the Michigan bullpen, but again, O'Halloran's probably not going anywhere, but keep doing damage and make them go there.
Iowa 3-1 in the bottom of the fifth. Here's Kyle Huckstorf. Huck is 0 for 1 today. Fastball for a strike. Kyle brought home a run, though, on a sacrifice fly. He hit it deep to right, his second at bat in the fourth. His second plate appearance, rather. Here's the 0-1 pitch to him. Low and out. Runner takes off for second. That's Seegers. He'll get there on a pitch in the dirt. So 2 more in scoring position for Kyle Huckstorf.
Blow this thing open.
It would feel like it, wouldn't it?
Blow it open right now.
Hawks are up by 2. Midway point of the game. O'Halloran toes the third base side of the rubber. Runners at second and third with 2 outs for Huckstorf. The 1-1. Hit him! Oh, ouch! And the shoulder up and in.
Boy, I hope that was shoulder. Sounded like helmet.
Oh, well, either way, up and in. Huckstorf will go down to first base. The bases will be loaded. Braden Frazier will be the batter.
Oh, you're right. Elbow guard.
Tricep.
Yep.
For Huck, he looks okay. So here's Braden Frazier, who's had his name called the last couple of weeks. One of the team captains. Has paid his dues and is an all-time Hawk. What a moment for him.
315 on the season, 348 in Big Ten play.
Bases loaded and 2 outs. First pitch to Frazier. That's in there for a strike. You're all right with him taking that. Frazier with a single in the second. He lined out to left in the fourth. Iowa 3-1 in the fifth right now. Opening game of the Big Ten tournament. 0-1 pitch to Frazier. That's outside. Ball 1.
Honar getting a great secondary lead at third. Any ball that bounces away from Sotrace, Honar's going to have a chance to scoot down the line.
Frazier wiggles the bat over his right shoulder. Here comes the 1-1. Swing and a miss just over the top of the off speed. 1-2.
With a great breaking ball. Hawks have done a pretty darn good job with 2 strikes today. See if Frazier can pull up here.
Moves his hands up on the bat to shorten the swing a bit. O'Halloran's got the sign that he likes. The 1-2. Fouled back. Good hang by B4.
O'Halloran will finish this inning near 90 pitches one way or the other.
Yep.
Well, not one way or the other. If his last batter is Frazier.
Sure. Bases loaded for Braden. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The pitch in the air to left. Hit well, carrying well. Get going, baby. It is gone. Braden Frazier. Grand slam. Boom.
Braden Frazier goes yard. Holy cow. 96 off the bat. It goes 373 into the Hawkeye dugout. It's all of a sudden 7-1.
How about that for B4? His name's been called down the stretch, and every time Frazier has answered yes. 7-1.
Holy cow. What a drive there from Frazier. And I got to tell you, again, I say this in a lot of games. You know, we get close to these guys. We spend a lot of time with them. There's a lot of really good guys on the team. Braden Frazier is a fantastic teammate. And for him to get a chance and for him to come and perform at this level after his number was called, after he was basically kind of riding the bench through the year, to come in and do this kind of damage, I couldn't be happier for him.
That's what Coach Heller talks about when it's sticking to the process, hanging in there. Braden Frazier defines that. He personifies that message from Coach Heller. He's stuck to it. And for a year that probably hasn't gone the way Braden thought in his final one with the Hawkeyes, for him to do that right now, hit the grand slam to give Iowa a 7-1 lead now in the 5th.
Hawk fans are more engaged.
Yes. What a 5th inning it's been.
Oh, the bullpen guys down there love it. Marcus Morgan down there.
Brief mound visit there concluded for Michigan. Cade Moss is in the box with 2 outs. The base is empty now. Moss shoots it foul to the right side. It's 1-1.
I feel a lot better than I did a half an hour ago.
Man, I feel like I can breathe.
My daughter just texted me and I just said, I can't breathe.
1-1 to Moss, fouled back again, 1-2.
What an inning for the Hawks. Put up a 6-pack here in the bottom of the 5th inning against the Big Ten pitcher of the year.
Yeah. Well, we got to him. He's still in the game, though. 1-2 pitch to Moss. Ground ball left side. This will be a tough play. Third baseman Voigt charging hard. Throw on the run is in time to get Moss at first base. But a monster inning for the black and gold. 6 runs come across, highlighted by the grand slam to left by Braden Frazier. It's Iowa 7, Michigan 1. 6th inning coming up right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Ah, hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
Top of the 6th inning, Iowa 7, Michigan 1. If you missed that 5th inning, you missed a doozy. We'll recap it right after we pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. Well, John, how about that 5th inning? The top of the 5th started, and we weren't in that great of a mood. At least I wasn't. We walked the bases loaded before we struck out 3 in a row. That was pretty good. Grabbed that momentum and took it to the bottom of the fifth, and we did it all with 2 outs. We didn't really think about that either.
Well, yeah,
highlighted by the grand slam by Braden Frazier.
No, you're exactly right. That's Hawkeyes go 4 for 10 on the game with 2 outs, 5 for 12 with runners on, and six of the RBIs. All 6 in that inning were 2-out RBIs, and so what a great way to get to a quality pitcher and just keep making him work, stick to the process, keep doing your thing, and just getting it done.
Whitlock back out to the mound. He's got all 3 of those strikeouts in his back pocket. First pitch swinging is Velazquez. Pops it up to left. Peterson is there. He didn't have to move much. That's 1 pitch and 1 out. We can't live in the 5th inning. We got to move on and seal this one up. Now you get to the 6th, and you know what we're going to say. What kind of inning do we need, John?
Right. We need the shutdown inning. You need 12 outs. You need 11 now. You got put into one more better spot here. And
there's no clock in baseball. You have to record the outs.
There's a clock right out there. It's clicking down. It says 20 seconds.
A little bit of a pitch clock. That's about it. Time won't run out on Michigan. You have to record the outs. As Tito Flores steps into the box, first pitch from Whitlock is up and in, and Flores turns away from it. We've reached the afternoon now in Omaha. 1-0 pitch from Jack. Swing and a miss. Flores way out in front of that. He was in his back by the time that crossed the plate.
Just another really good pitch there from Jack. And the funny thing is, every hitter has to know what's coming at this point. They've seen the scouting report. But it's so difficult to hit. And because then, he varies speeds too. So it's 72 to 79. And then all of a sudden he'll stand you up with that 87, 88, 89 mile an hour fastball.
2-1 pitch from Whitlock. That's low, ball 3.
Said this with Marcus a little bit. He just kind of looks like he's overthrowing it just a little bit. When he gets into just that good rhythm is all we're looking for here.
Kind of strangely spins off the mound. Sometimes you can kind of tell if that's not the way it's supposed to go. The 3-1 catches the outside corner. Flores
let's start that clock.
He tossed his bat, and he's going to have to hustle back to the box now.
The umpire's telling him to go. And now he's got a little slow jog.
Full count with 1 out.
Just got in.
Yeah, that'll always sting the Iowa fans. Here's the pitch from Jack. In the air to left. This one's hit a little bit better. Peterson going back. He's at the wall. That's gone. That's a home run for Michigan. Flores drives it over the left field wall. It's 7-2.
Wasn't it? Yeah, kind of left that one in the middle of the plate. We talk about that. Talk about that a lot. You don't want to, even 3-2, you don't want to miss, but that might be the cockiest home run trot I've ever seen down 7-2.
He certainly took his time, and then Flores with a high leg kick stops on home plate. His team down 7-2.
Good for him.
With 1 out in the top of the 6th. Here's Van Remortel. All righty then.
Exactly. That's kind of about the best you can do.
Whitlock will settle back in. First pitch strike at the knees. Van Remortel nods his head like he's okay with that. Doesn't have a choice. Jack threw it right by him. You want to make this chippy? That'd be an interesting approach, Michigan. Here comes the 0-1 from Whitlock. That's another strike. Nod your head at that one. Oh, he called it a ball. There's no way that he called that a ball.
It's got to be high.
Jim Shaley called that a ball.
Wow.
It's 1-1. How about that one? High and tight, ball 2.
Yeah, that one a little bit more up. All right, get back to basics here. Start pounding the strike zone.
2-1 pitch hit right back up the middle. Honar will field it on a backhand. Tough throw over to first, but it's in time. Great hang by DeRiggi at first base. 2 down.
Holy Honar. I didn't quite know he had that one in him. What a great play. I really was kind of thinking Seegers needed to pick that up, headed toward first base. But Honar makes a backhand play and then guns it over off balance. On target, DeRiggi with the big lean, 2 away.
That's how you throw on the run there, by the way.
That was outstanding.
2 outs for Mitch Voigt. Iowa leading by 5 in the top of the 6th. Voigt, a right-handed hitter. Whitlock Deals a strike right by him. He swung at it and missed it.
Another big strikeout guy here. So bottom of the order really tries to aggressively swing the bat. So you kind of want to go after and pick your spots. You don't have to hit the middle of the plate with these guys. Aim it. Well, with Jack's big sweeping breaking ball, aim it kind of at the shoulder, break it inside, start it at the edge of the plate, break it off.
Out of the windup, the 1-1 from Jack, swing and a miss. Can't touch you, Jack. The exception of Flores, who had his eyes closed. 1-2.
Are you getting bitter? We're ahead 7-2.
I need to take a deep breath.
Let's be good leaders. We're not winners yet. Let's be good leaders.
1 ball, 2 strikes with 2 outs. Pitch just outside from Whitlock.
And again, that was kind of the falling off the mound. It's like he was trying to hit that outside corner, just a little bit different location for him, and he's struggling today to find the rhythm to that spot.
You talk about him throwing that breaking ball at the shoulder. You've seen Michigan hitters turn away from it quite a bit as if it's going to hit them. Whitlock has worked a full count now, 3-2 to Voit.
And that was a good take there from Voit as that ball just misses off the edge of the plate. See if he goes back to that and gets him to swing at it on the 3-2 pitch.
Bottom of the order, Sotrace on deck. Here comes the 3-2. Popped up on the infield. Honar and DeRigio come together. Brennan calls everybody off, and the Iowa first baseman will grab it for the 3rd out. Michigan gets 1 back on the solo home run to left. Iowa 7, Michigan 2. We're back for the bottom of the 6th right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Handling all of your exterior needs from roofing, siding, windows, and gutters. They've got you covered. Providing free damage inspections and help filing insurance claims. Call 319-343-6376.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
Bottom of the 6th inning in Omaha. John Evans and John Leo in the broadcast booth. So far, so good. We finally got O'Halloran out of the game. Iowa 7, Michigan 2. And the Wolverines will go with a new pitcher. They'll go with Eamon Horwedel. He's coming into the game.
Horwedel's 13 appearances on the year, 9 ERA, 16 innings, 29 hits, 16 runs. They've all been earned. 5 walks, 12 strikeouts. Opponents knocking him around for a .397 average. If we want to go back to Frazier for just a minute, that was Iowa's 9th Grand Slam on the season. It's Frazier's first career Grand Slam. The first Grand Slam in the Big Ten tournament since 2017.
So that's 6 years.
Which makes it the first Grand Slam in Big Ten tourney history at Charles Schwab Field, Omaha.
Naming rights all over the place, right? Something like that.
Had to make sure I got that completely right.
Yes.
We were very
Charles Schwab Field, Omaha. Is there another one out there?
My guess is yes. That's why we've got the Omaha down there. But
well, maybe if we stick around long enough this week, we'll come back with details on where the other Charles Schwab Field might be at.
I can probably come up with that for you.
All right, bottom of the 6th, Iowa up by 5. No lead is safe. That's the mindset I think Iowa probably has. This guy's a sidewinder, a sidearm delivery from the right side. Here's Wilmus.
Yeah, fastball's going to be in the mid-80s. Slider, changeup. But again, he's one of those guys you got to get it. You got to get him to raise it up because otherwise you're just going to pound it into the ground.
Wilmus hits a ground ball up the middle for a base hit. So if you're going to pound it into the ground, find some grass in the outfield, and that'll work.
Yeah, just make sure you don't hit it at somebody.
That's right. Wilmus is on to lead off the 6th, just like he did in the 5th.
And Horwedel's not the fastest guy to the plate either, although I'm not. Yeah, maybe 7-2. The game's not really out of reach, so you could. You could see Iowa playing some games here still.
Sure. Keep the foot on the gas. Why not? We haven't been able to get our running game going today, so go for it. And with him being a sidearm guy, I mean, it just physically takes a little bit longer to get to the plate, doesn't it?
Yeah, some are really quick to the plate. He's not fast. He's just kind of normal.
Goes on the low corner there, low portion of the plate, 0-1 to Sam Peterson.
Great pitch there, a fastball. He doesn't overpower you with speed, just that different arm angle. Kept that one down low. Great move over to first base there.
Wilmus was on his toes, able to get back. Iowa 7-2 over Michigan in the bottom of the 6th. Nobody out. 0-1 pitch to Peterson. Sam took it at the letters for a ball.
Yeah, that time he actually threw off speed. Does that look like his slider? Just kind of floated up above the zone.
Wilmus has a decent lead at first base. The 1-1. Peterson bunts down the third base side. This is a good bunt. Picked up by the third baseman. Throw to first. Out. Called him out at first. Close play. Wilmus gets to second in the meantime.
Mitch Bowe kind of giving the don't do it sign to the dugout.
Very close. Doesn't look like we're going to review it. I'm not sure yet, though. We're holding for a second here.
In any event, it's the third base umpire and Coach Heller are having a chat. And yes,
looks like we're going to concede it.
Yeah, Petey's jogging back to the dugout. Decided it's a productive out, and they're showing the replay on Big Ten. Hey, it's close. I mean, again, it's as good as it. I mean, it basically is a sacrifice.
Yep.
And we've got a mound visit here as nobody's happier in the Hawkeye dugout than Brendan DeRiggi to see O'Halloran go away.
Right. Brennan was 0 for 3 against O'Halloran. We'll see if this is just a mound visit to let their next reliever get loose. There's a righty getting ready in the Michigan bullpen.
They're still just pounding the replay on Big Ten Network. I'm gonna say he's out, or at the very least, I'm going to say you're not going to get it overturned.
Right.
It's so close, you're not going to get it overturned. And quick hook from the home plate umpire to break up the chat here.
Yeah, buying time for somebody out there in the bullpen.
Yeah, because now the head coach is going to have a chat, and now he's going to make the home plate umpire point out to the outfield to have the reliever come in. That's one way to.
Sure, why not?
Make a pitching change.
Are we going to get one or not?
Yeah,
all right.
He's coming.
There we go. Call to the bullpen for Michigan. We'll take a pitching change break. We'll get you the details on the new reliever for the Wolverines. Right now it's Iowa 7, Michigan 2, runner at second base with 1 out. We're back after this pitching change break. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Mid-American Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/Iowans win.
Michigan back to the bullpen in the 6th. Bottom of the 6th, Iowa 7-2. They'll go with Ahmad Harajli coming into the game, a right-hander.
0-1 on the season in 18 appearances and 3 starts, 7.46 ERA, 25 1/3 innings, 25 hits, 25 runs that have all been earned. Has had some control issues, walking 28, struck out 33. Opponents getting him at a 55 clip. He's going to bring it in there. He's got a little juice in the arm. Going to be low 90s, might even sneak it up into the mid 90s and a slider. the key will be he's either a miss or middle guy. So slider's just kind of a spinner, and if you can get the fastball down into a spot, as we've talked about with any number of guys, including some of them on the Hawkeye staff, that 95-mile-an-hour fastball belt high or higher is really hard to handle. If you can get him to push that down in the zone, you can do some damage with it.
Now that we've cleared the margin a little bit, there was a stat that we had come to our attention when we lost that game to Northwestern, that 6-4 game to Northwestern. The Hawks are 0-11 when scoring less than 5 runs. And so when you come into this game, you're thinking, all right, that streak has to break, right? In what you would think would be a pitcher's duel, Marcus versus O'Halloran, or we get to him and blow it open. And thankfully, we've done that.
Right. You just stick to the plan. That's where Iowa's been really good, is staying at what they're supposed to do.
All right, we're ready for play now. Durigi's in the box for his 4th at bat of the day. Harajli whips it high, or Harajli rather, whips it high and outside. Ball 1.
Going to certainly test you here with the.
Yes. Runner at second is Wilmus with 1 out. 1-0 pitch to Brennan. That's high and out. Ball 2.
Yeah, I mean, you've just got completely. Michigan's kind of run the whole circle here, from kind of a crafty left-hander to a side-arming right-hander to a hard-throwing right-hander.
Brennan offers at this one. Didn't get a lot on it and hit it foul to the left side. It's 2-1. Haven't seen the ball come off the bat of Durigi like we had in weeks past.
Got what he wanted there.
Yeah.
93-mile-an-hour inside fastball. We've seen him pound that into the Michigan bullpen before.
The 2-1. Foul tip, 2-2.
And that was 94 up and out over the plate. So that's the, you've got to swing at it, obviously, but that's the tough one to handle. And kind of the point of he's miss or middle. So you see it in the middle and you like it, go get it.
Mm-hmm. Miss or middle, I like that. Harajli ready with the 2-2. Good hang from Durigi, fouled it back once again.
Yeah, he's not a guy that, he's not a guy that the catcher's setting up on the black on the outside part of the plate, and he's just going to dot it out there. He's going to aim at the middle, and he may hit the outside part of the plate, but that's not really, he's not just cued into that spot.
Go again with another 2-2 pitch. Here it is to Durigi. Swing and a miss. Tough day for Brennan.
Actually went slider there. And threw it for a pretty amazing strike there, as he took everything off that. 80 miles an hour. So you're geared for 94, 95, and throws the slider right in the middle of the plate. A pitch on a different day, Durigi do a lot of damage to, and
just must not be seeing it very well today.
Yeah, and that's
new environment.
And at this point, it's one of those things where you go, okay, great, we haven't needed you today. Let's just keep on moving.
Raider Tello's the next Hawkeye in the box. He's had a solid day. He's reached a couple of times. One was on a throwing error by O'Halloran back in the 3rd, but he did single and score in the 5th. Hawks have a run out there at second. If Tello can drive him home, hasn't seen a pitch to hit, though, and it's 2-0.
You see the second baseman that's Burton. He's shaded up the middle, but Jeffress is clear over to Pole. And Tello, he likes to roll it right up the middle there.
Hasn't seen a pitch to hit. This one gets to the backstop. Wilmus will head to 3rd. He'll round 3rd for a moment and then backpedal to the bag. So a wild pitch puts Wilmus that much closer, and a 3-0 count to Raider.
As he just tried to, Sotrace just kind of did a little Olay. We talk about what Moss does and how good he is at blocking the ball. And I suppose if Sotrace just snap picks that up, you're talking about how great that was. But runner on 3rd, I hope he's not making that play.
3-0 pitch is low to Tello. He'll draw the walk, sprint down to first base.
And actually, I hope he is.
Yeah.
But for Michigan's sake, you probably want him to play it a little differently.
Seven to 2, Iowa in the 6th. 2 down. Here's Honar. Gave Iowa the lead in the 5th inning.
You wouldn't turn down another run here, so
certainly be all right with that. First pitch to Sam, ground ball up the middle, played right to the shortstop. He'll glove it off to the side and throw it over to first base. Couldn't quite get that run in. A couple of base runners for Iowa, but they're stranded out there. Sam just missed that one. Iowa 7, Michigan 2. We're through 6 here in Omaha. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
An easy pill to swallow? Right now, earn a 5-cent fuel saver on every prescription you fill at your Hy-Vee pharmacy. That's 5 cents off per gallon of gas for each prescription filled at Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee makes it easy to fill your prescriptions. Just call or stop by your local Hy-Vee pharmacy and let us handle the rest. You can also fill online or use the mobile app. Fill a prescription and start earning today. Some restrictions apply. See your pharmacy or Hy-Vee.com for details.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. The Hotel Kirkwood, named the Corridor Business Journal's 2022 Best Banquet and Event Venue. And awarded the AAA 4 Diamond Award for lodging. To make reservations, visit thehotelatKirkwood.com or call 877-751-5111 for more information.
Iowa 7, Michigan 2 in the opening game of the Big Ten tournament. We've reached the top of the 7th inning. The Wolverines coming to the plate. They'll have 9-1-2, but a pitching change for Iowa. We'll go with right-hander Luke Llewellyn now in the 7th.
Louis 1-0 on the season with 3 saves in 23 appearances, 2.73 ERA, 26 1/3 innings, just 15 hits, 10 runs. 8 of those have been earned. Walked 20, but struck out 36. Opponents just touching up Louis for a 167 batting average. You know, if you can win, you know, here's all the strategery. If you can win, you had Whitlock come in and throw, what did Jack throw? 30 pitches, 24 pitches. You don't have to play tomorrow. All of a sudden, Whitlock is probably available for Thursday against Indiana or Illinois.
Yep.
You know, Louis can pitch an inning here or 2. Christofferson can pitch an inning or 2.
And then whoever doesn't pitch the 2 is
probably certainly available for Thursday, and even the 2 might be available for 1. You could flip-flop them then. And obviously you have Chaz Wheatley and a number of other guys that you trust, but you can keep your kind of your A-listers ready to go.
Llewellyn against Sotrace. There's a strike from Luke. Good start.
And can we get this guy out?
Yeah. We've hit him and walked him. He isn't
a 216 hitter that we've put on base twice.
0-1 pitch from Llewellyn. Swing and a miss. Overpowered him with that one.
Sign me up for that.
Yes. I think we're in the boat here where don't even need to get cute with it and just throw it by him again.
Yeah, I try to heat him up high.
0-2. Well, he got cute and he chased it. We'll take that. Any way you get the out. That's a strikeout for Llewellyn. Half swing, went through the zone. Easy call there. 1 down in the Michigan 7th. Finally got him out, John.
Well, I guess I should have asked for that earlier if I'd have known that was all it took.
Top of the order with Cody Jeffries. Left-handed hitter. Llewellyn is ready. Music still playing. Now it's stopped. Here comes the first pitch. Low and in. Ball 1.
That was close, I think. Joey's got my TrackMan all out of whack. That looked like it was pretty tight to the zone.
Luke throws another one. This one a little bit lower. And it's 2-0. Jeffers today is 0 for 2 with a walk. Tello protecting against the bunt or a softly hit ground ball. Llewellyn cannot find the strike zone to him, though, and it's 3-0.
Kind of something you see every once in a while from Luke. You know, again, 26 innings, 20 walks. Don't really need to give anything to Michigan at this point.
There's a strike right down central. It is 3-1.
They've got minimal energy in the dugout. No reason to help them ramp up the level.
Keep that stuff down low. 3-1, looked good, but high at the letters.
Wow.
Ball 4, and so Jeffress has walked for the second time today.
That was a, yeah, I mean, again, we talk about it a little bit. It's not a pitch you get called in the college game very often. So by the letter of the rule book, yes, it's a strike.
Ted Burton goes after the first pitch, missed it.
Let's go back to that for a second. Ted Burton leans out over the plate, gets hit by a pitch. It's 2-1.
Right.
Except for he gets sent back into the batter's box and
ends up striking out. To start Jack Whitlock's 3 straight strikeouts to get out of that 5th inning, that then Hawkeyes score 6 runs in the bottom of that inning. Yeah, we need to write down the 5th inning, top and bottom half. 1-1 pitch. Ooh, he golfed at it. Didn't bring his sand wedge. It's 1-2.
My golf swing does not look like that. It looks a whole lot better than
yours
that
is
swing.
better.
Yeah, my
yeah.
golf swing looks a lot better than what he just put on.
I think you make contact on your golf swing, don't you?
More often than not.
Yes. I can't always say the same. 1-2's the count. Llewellyn is ready. Here comes the pitch. Fisted down the line and right. Frazier sprinting forward, still hustling after it as DeRiggi gives chase as well. This will find the front row of the bleachers and hop back into play. Foul ball. We'll do it again at 1-2. Yeah, I mean, not just for this game. Obviously, the 5th inning was the story of the game so far. But if we're talking to you on Saturday, for example.
Correct.
Remember the 5th inning today. 1 ball and 2 strikes. We're doing it again. Here's the pitch from Llewellyn. Up and in. Ball 2. Good pitch. Liked it, but Burton didn't swing at it. 2-2.
And Burton was less likely to want to stick his elbow in front of that one.
A little bit more zip to it, huh?
Had a little zing.
2-2, fouled back to the net. Burton is a good hitter, though. Man, he's had a ton of good at-bats today. He's walked twice, struck out once. I feel like he's seen 40 pitches.
Again, 13 doubles, 13 home runs. So a guy that has some pop, too. So not only a 300 hitter, but can drive it around, willing to walk.
Llewellyn's 2-2, just high. Okay, all 3. Getting a bit interesting.
And from a power standpoint, I know Flores hit the home run earlier. This is really the only guy you're worried about from a power standpoint.
3-2, called third strike. Llewellyn got him.
94-mile-an-hour fastball, just right down the middle of the plate, knee high. And you feel shame.
Yes.
He hangs his head and walks back to the dugout as he just took strike 3 right at the knees.
Couldn't bring the bat off his shoulder, and 2 down. Iowa with a 5-run lead in the 7th. Next batter is Jonathan Kim. Left-handed hitter. Llewellyn ready. First pitch to Kim. Just a bit high. And we've talked about it with Luke before. When he is feeling out the zone, he doesn't really miss horizontally. It's all vertical because he has that delivery from the high noon position.
Yeah, straight over the top.
That one up and in. It'll spin Kim away.
Hawks had kind of gotten away from the 2-0 counts and brought him back a little bit here this inning. Luke will have to do a good job, get back in the at-bat. Good fastball there.
Right on cue. Got it low and outside corner. Good spot there from Luke. 2-1. Be interesting to see what Iowa does when we get to the 8th, pitching-wise. We stick with Luke or go with somebody else. 2-1 pitch from Llewellyn. Drifted low, ball 3. Luke seems to be a 1-inning guy.
That's where he seems to be at his best. If he gets touched up, it seems to be in the 2nd inning. We've seen him a little bit on second time coming out on the weekend, maybe having a little issue. Oh, what the what?
3-1 pitch is considered high. It's got Coach Heller leaning over the railing once again.
Kim's even surprised by that one.
Yeah,
Holy cow.
He was a bit reluctant to go down there and go to first base. It'll draw Coach McGrath out of the dugout to go talk with Luke on the mound. They've got 2 runners on with 2 outs.
And I'll go back to it again. Obertop is a good hitter. His stats this year since coming back from injury don't necessarily show that. Just 204 after being 0 for 3 today. But, it's a guy with double-digit home runs the last 2 years. So you can't just say, hey, we're going to I'm going to lob this up there and see what happens, or we'll have a 7-5 game in a hurry.
Yeah.
So you want to make competitive pitches, but again we seem to have a strike zone that's a little wiggly ish.
It's a little bit different in the top half than the bottom half, it seems, but that's okay. We've got the 7-2 lead right now.
Fought through the first part of it.
Yep. Look at the trend of this inning. Started with a strikeout, then a walk, then a strikeout, and then a walk. So let's follow the pattern here.
I see where you're going.
Obertop in the box. First pitch, strike from Luke. We're on our way there.
Coach McGrath sprinkled dust magic there on the mound visit.
Raising his average.
But again, you got to keep pounding the zone.
Nothing too good here, Luke. Here's the 0-1. That was pretty good, 0-2.
Well, you talked about whether Luke comes back out. There's no action in the bullpen, but you're still now north of 20 pitches in one inning, which that's a big number. So
yeah. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Llewellyn ready. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Down he goes.
Well, that was a great mound visit. Coach McGrath didn't just get 1, he got 3.
Perfect from Llewellyn in that at bat. He did everything that he likes to do. Fastball, breaking ball. 2 runners get on for Michigan, but that's it. None score. We'll stretch things out in Omaha. Iowa 7, Michigan 2. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
Hurry up, dude. The game's about to start.
Nothing beats spending the day watching the game with your buddies.
Dude, I'm literally right here. Let's do this.
Which is why a shelter insurance renter's policy is key to your winning game plan. It protects things your landlord's policy doesn't.
Dude, where's your TV?
What? No way, dude.
Like that flat screen TV that just got stolen. To draft an agent for your team, visit shelterinsurance.com. We're your shield. We're your shelter.
All stretched out at Charles Schwab Field, Omaha. John Evans and John Leo in the broadcast booth. Been a competitive game in the opening round of the Big Ten tournament. 3rd-seeded Iowa leading 6th-seeded Michigan 7-2. The Wolverines will stick with Harajli now, and Iowa will go with Seegers, Huckstorf, and Frazier in the box.
I vote for more runs.
Yep. Let's do it.
Seems like a good spot here. Yes, third baseman creeps in. I still like if Seegers would love to bunt down the first base side, I'd be a big fan of that, but he takes that pitch fastball for a strike.
Michael today 1 for 2 with a run scored. That one will zip by his letters. Missing high, 1-1. I love Michael's headshot photo on the scoreboard. You put that next to the Michael Seegers of today, and doesn't really look anything like him. Michael's got the facial hair now, and he's got long hair, and that one...
I mean, is that from his recruiting visit?
Yeah, that has...
I mean, he's 16 and popped in.
That's from quite some time ago. I can't imagine it was from this year. He probably just says, yeah, just recycle it. Use the same one. 1-2 pitch is high and out to Seegers. Michael's always had great discipline. He's not going to swing at that one. It was close, but a ball.
I mean, that's... Hawks have a couple guys that... Don't expand the strike zone very often.
The 2-2. Just flailed at that one and hit it off the end of the bat foul behind the Michigan dugout.
But that's kind of what you see is when he gets fooled, finds a way to put a bat on it and, extend the at-bat.
Taps home plate with his bat. He's ready. Catcher setting up inside on him. The 2-2. And he battled it off and hit it foul.
When we saw that in Evanston when he swung at a ball that almost would have hit him in the head.
Yeah.
Fouled the pitch off and stayed alive.
Thinking Hawkeyes throwing quite a few pitches here. The 2-2. That's low. Michael got his hands started, but didn't go after it. Full count now.
Yeah, outstanding take there. Good at bat from Michael to keep extending it and stay alive.
Really set the tone for the inning if Michael can get on. Rips it foul right below us. Count remaining full for the Hawkeye shortstop.
Oh, man, what a perfect play there by the fan down there. Ball ricochets off the press box below us, takes a hit off a chair. The guy doesn't even flinch and comes right over to him.
Sometimes you're lucky.
That one certainly was. Worked out perfectly for him.
3-2. That's high, ball 4. Incredible at bat from Seegers. Doing what he does best, in my opinion, drawing the walk.
Well, exactly, and that's why why he spent so much time in the leadoff spot. Had some struggles in the middle third of the season, we'll call it. But boy, in the last third, he's been outstanding and just done a great job of resetting the table. It had been like the 7-8 spot. Now it's up in the 6th spot. So, all right. Yeah, okay.
Fastball strike to Huckstorf, low outside corner. That's not a pitch that Kyle likes anyway. So,
well, no, but the only point there is remember that one in the top of the inning.
Right. 0-1 pitch, slider outside, called a strike. 0-2.
Wow,
man,
this has definitely been two slightly different strike zones. Not a huge difference, but
the 0-2 to Huck, that's low. It's in the dirt. Seegers takes off for second, throw down. Good play there by the shortstop to stop it from going into center, but Michael's there. I will say, it's almost like he's got a different vantage point looking over this catcher than Cade Moss or something.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean,
be interesting to look and see if he's in the kind of the same spot or
different window or something.
Because there's something that's causing some adjustments to the strike zone.
1 ball, 2 strikes to Huckstorf with Seegers in scoring position now. Nobody out. Here's the pitch. That's low again, ball 2. I thought about Michael trying to steal because it doesn't seem like Hawkeyes got the quickest move to home. Got a higher leg lift, but he throws hard enough, I guess, where he makes up for it.
That's the thing. You got to try to pick well. You get kind of almost a pitch out on some of them.
2-2 to Huck. Line drive, base hit into right. Seegers rounding third. Right fielder picks it up. Here comes the throw. It is cut off at the mound. Huckstorf's hung out to dry and tagged out at first base. Seegers scores, but Kyle was rounding first too hard and fell asleep over there and is out at first.
Yeah, I don't know if he fell asleep as much. That's a really good play from Van Remortel there. I thought the ball was actually going to go over his head. He made a great leaping catch. Burton snuck in behind him, and then Huck just didn't get turned around quick enough. But got 107 off the bat. Good solid contact there, and then just well executed by Michigan to get Huck. He was, again, I don't know whether he just didn't see Burton coming in behind him, or I kind of thought he had a little bit more time.
Braden Frazier in the box, been the hero of the game so far, hit the grand slam in the 5th. Iowa leading 8-2 now in the 7th. Yeah, it's easy for us, at least for me maybe, to look at hindsight and think, I'm not sure what Huckstorf was doing there, but I agree with you now that you lay it out like that. That's kind of the aggressive style that Iowa has, and if you assume that gets over the first baseman's head, which it certainly looked like it could. You don't blame the effort there from Huckstorf, just a bit unfortunate, and you tip your cap. Good execution by Michigan. Frazier down in the count 1-2.
Right, they ran the play perfectly. Had to put all those pieces together to pick him off. And
blowing out there to Braden.
Gutsy play there from Frazier. That ball's been a strike more than once in this half of an inning.
Sure.
But probably equally as important, Hawks kind of get a run back. And so, yeah, you'd like to continue beating on this guy, but you'll take the run.
Inside to Frazier this time. Counts now full. Nobody, well, I guess there is somebody warming up now in the Michigan bullpen. They've got a lefty throwing. Iowa's got Zach Volker tossing the ball around out there in left.
Good chance we'll see Zach in the top of the 8th inning.
3 balls, 2 strikes. Pitch to Frazier. Lined over to third and foul. Past an outstretched glove of Voit.
Frazier was fooled there. Good job to stay with it. And he was way out in front of it. Fortunately for him, pulled it far enough that Voit couldn't make a lunging play.
Hawks up by 6 in the 7th.
More.
Keep it going. 3-2. Chopper to third. Voit can field this one. He'll throw it across. 2 down.
Well, we heard the scouting report too, and we've seen it so far. Voit is an exceptional third baseman, defensive third baseman. Makes a lot of good plays. You have to be careful how you bunt, and even going back to when Cade Moss bunted it right back to the pitcher. Part of it is you're trying to keep it away from the guy that's a really good fielder, and you end up kind of putting it in a tough spot.
Bottom of the order with Cade Moss. Swings at the first pitch, hits it on the ground to short, goes off the heel of his glove and into shallow center. Moss will keep the 7th inning going for the black and gold.
Give him a hit.
Yeah, that would have been a really tough play, I think, for Jeffress. He was moving, he was sprinting towards the bag at second and
did.
Reach down to try to field it.
I think it was pickable, but it wasn't a routine play by any stretch of the imagination. So
here's Ben Wilmus, top of the order for Iowa. Moss at first. Ben will watch it go by. That's downstairs, ball 1. If the Hawkeyes hold on and beat Michigan today, we'll have an off day tomorrow, and we'll talk to you again on Thursday afternoon. 1-0 to Wilmus is a called strike at the knees. We won't talk about the other possible outcome of this game.
We're going to talk about Henry Dorley Zoo.
There we go.
Field trip.
Omaha Zoo, pretty nice around here, huh? One of the best in the Midwest, I've heard. Wilmus has this one in on the hands and knocks it foul to the right side, 1-2. So say, hypothetically, you end up at the zoo tomorrow, John. What's the first animal you're going for?
Oh, no, I'm going for snacks.
Snacks, yes.
Snacks.
Churros.
We're just gonna see what's good around there, scout it out.
Day in the park. I'd sign up for that.
You should have already figured out I enjoy sugar.
That was a really horrible question on my part. We're how many games in? This is game 53. I should know you better, don't you think?
Well, your Instagram post this morning that had my hot tamales in the background.
Oh, yep. Hey, that's part of the scene setter, isn't it? I'll join you in your adventure for snacks tomorrow.
It was even too early for me to start my Mountain Dew for the pregame, but I guarantee there's one postgame.
The 2-2. Look out! High and tight. Wilmus might have had an appointment with his dentist after that one if it would have connected.
93 miles an hour, screaming up near the bill of the cab. He's okay, Bailey. It missed him.
Moss will be going on the pitch. Full count with 2 outs. There goes Cade. Here's the pitch. Way low and outside. He bounced it.
Is that what you call that?
Something like that.
That was a spiker.
Spiker. There you go. You getting ready for volleyball season, John?
Yeah, that's true. I get
season tickets are on sale now.
Season tickets are on sale for volleyball.
That'd be a good angle, a downward angle, good spike.
Exactly.
Point Hawks.
You can listen to me and Reagan Coyle.
Let's go.
Mostly listen to Reagan, and I do talk a lot in volleyball, though, with how much action there is. But
well, we had Coach Barnes on a couple weeks ago now. He was a delight to have on the air.
He is a good human being. And, volleyball is so challenging in the Big Ten. We'll have a pitching change. We're going to talk through the break.
Well, let's take a break to make sure we have who this pitcher is. We got him right. We'll take a pitching change break. Iowa 8-2 in the bottom of the 7th. We'll pick up our conversation right after this break. Hawks up by 6. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakmill.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
Michigan goes to the bullpen in this with Iowa leading 8-2. They'll go with a fifth-year left-hander, Walker Cleveland.
He's 0-2 on the season through 11 appearances, 6.75 ERA, 16 innings, 16 hits, 15 runs, 12 of those were earned. Has walked 10, only struck out 8, 258 batting average against. An unusual line for a Big Ten pitcher. Fastball is going to be low 80s, 80 to 84. Slider and changeup are going to be right around 70, 71, 72.
Whoa.
So he's the crafty left-hander is what we're going to go with.
Well, this will be interesting then, because he has such a violent motion. I was watching him in the warm-ups there. Everything is so herky-jerky on the way to the plate. Got to get it there quick, and then it comes out at mid-80s. Yeah, low 80s.
Yeah, not even mid-80s.
I'll see if we can time him up. 2 outs in the 7th for Iowa. Have pushed 1 run across. It's 8-2. Iowa all of a sudden with 10 hits. Here's Sam Peterson. He was trying to match Frazier and drive it into the Iowa bullpen. He was too early on that one.
Yeah, 72-mile-an-hour breaking ball. Actually, that was the changeup. 72-mile-an-hour changeup down in the zone.
Goes back to something.
Well, he went right back to it. If at first you succeed, try again.
Something like that, right?
Paraphrasing slightly.
Yes. Peterson laid off it, though. It's 1 ball, 1 strike with 2 outs. 2 on for Iowa. Peterson will take this above the letters, ball 2.
Sotrace might be throwing it back out to the pitcher faster than the pitcher's throwing it in now.
Stop it.
Well, he guns it right back. I love it when the catchers do that.
2-1, Peterson hits it well, deep to left. Get going, baby. It is gone. Peterson hit it over the bullpen. Sammy P. Boom.
Sammy hit one earlier in the game into the gap in left center field that would have been gone in most ballparks. And he made no mistake there. 107 off the bat, 398. I think it got up to the concourse, that ball went so far, as he took the changeup. Third time was a charm for him and just demolished it, created all of his own speed. And the Hawks have even more breathing room.
11-2 in the bottom of the 7th. How about one more, John? We can get out of here a little bit early.
Oh, do we run rule these?
Yes.
All right, come on, Big Rig. Let's get her done.
I can go for confirmation. I'm fairly certain that run rules at the Big Ten tournament.
Well, I unfortunately do remember Iowa getting run ruled last year.
But that was an elimination game.
Right, that's what I wondered, if you could get run ruled on the front side of the bracket. I think it might just be the back side.
I could handle being wrong with that. We're up 11-2. DeRiggy's in the box, 2 balls and a strike. With 2 outs, Iowa's got 4 runs in the 7th.
5-4.
This is going to be a ball. I mean, he's going to have to step off the mound, right?
There's no place to step. That's a pitch violation.
Yep. Finally have a time violation. 3-1 is the count now. A ball awarded to DeRiggy.
His wristband does not match what the coaches are sending.
Austin transmission there somewhere. The 3-1. Brennan hits it down the line in left. It's hooking. It's tailing. And it will get foul.
And it's funny because that ball didn't get anywhere near as deep as I thought it was going to be. Our angle here is still taking some getting used to here. We're up on the 4th deck in the press box. And we're used to sitting lower and closer. And so my depth perception's not quite good enough to map it all out here.
Full count pitch to DeRiggi in the dirt, ball 4.
As silly as it sounds, that could be an important at-bat for Big Rig as we get into the week. He'd had a hard time today and kind of battled his way all the way through that one and ended up drawing the walk. And I know it's not a hit, I know it's not a home run, but to have something go your way is much better than they're wearing a hat trick plus.
Just trying to confirm if we get one more run, what might happen. According to our SID run rule, it is in place.
All right.
So unless I'm being led astray, if Iowa gets one more run, we'd be in business and we'd call it a day early. 11-2 in the bottom of the 7th.
Zach Volker wants to pitch.
I'd like to see Zach pitch.
Thursday.
But not that much. 1 ball and 1 strike to Raider Tello. This is in the dirt, ball 2.
We've also told Zach that for Iowa to win a Big Ten championship or a regional, he's probably going to come up in a big spot. This isn't the big spot we'd imagine, so let's maybe keep him for that big spot.
2 balls and a strike for Tello. DeRiggi at first base. Raider got a piece of it, fouled it back, 2-2.
Cleveland is slow to the plate, but obviously at 11-2,
no,
DeRiggi's not going anywhere.
Cleveland is ready with the 2-2. Here it comes to Tello. High and out, ball 3.
Now he'll get a chance to move, but now nobody's seen Cleveland's move to first, so going to have to make sure he's not even been held, so that'll help. He'll get a good running start here. Now the single in the gap.
3-2, Raider shoots it into center. It is caught on a dive by Kim. Would have ended the game if it got by him. Good play, keeps Michigan alive. Tello robbed of extra bases, but Iowa gets 4 more in the 7th. It's 11-2.
Very nicely done there as the Hawks stuck with that the whole time. He was quick on the dive, too, to get back and get his hat. He knew what he was doing.
8th inning coming up right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/Iowans win.
At US Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever.
Oh my goodness. Visit US Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. US Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
Top of the 8th at Charles Schwab Field in Omaha. Game 1 of the Big Ten tournament for the Hawkeyes. Off to a good start this Tuesday now afternoon. It's 11-2, Iowa out in front of Michigan. New pitcher into the game for the Hawkeyes. We will see Zach Volker, the right-hander, to come in and get some innings here at the end.
Volker 4-1 on the season with a save, 13 appearances, 5.72 ERA, 39 and a third innings, 38 hits, 25 runs. They were all earned. 20 walks, 30 strikeouts, hitting 250. Opponents hitting 257 against him. He was just absolute lights out nails at the beginning of the year. Kind of hit a little bit of a rough patch, but had some good outings kind of off the field. And so maybe kind of looking to find his way and getting on the field here. Because again, he's going to play a big role if Iowa gets gets deeper into it.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. All right, middle of the order coming up for Michigan. Velasquez, Flores, and Van Remortel. Volker with a 9-run lead comes into the game. Just throw strike, Zach. A righty out of the windup, operating from the third base side of the rubber. Steps to the side, delivers the first pitch. That's ripped into right, and right to Braden Frazier, one down.
106 off the bat, but right to a properly positioned Hawkeye fielder. One pitch, one out.
It's about the third or fourth time Michigan's done that today. They've given us one pitch, one out.
Yeah, and did it in a stretch there where Marcus was struggling a little bit and kind of helped him kind of get through a little bit. So see if you can keep doing it. Obviously, this isn't quite as stressful at this point, but
Volker battling Flores now. First pitch just below the letters, but called a ball. Flores has the solo home run in the 6th. It brought Michigan a little closer, then Iowa countered with 4. A little bit later now in the 7th. 11-2, Iowa in the 8th.
The dreaded 2-0 count again. Hawk pitchers have spent some time in this spot today.
There's a foul tip, 2-1.
It's fun that we're able to argue about it and complain about it when you're up 9. So
not so much stress behind it. I will say, they've battled back in each of those. The 2-1 pitch from Volker is high, ball 3.
No, it wasn't.
Out of words for that part of the game today. I'm gonna leave it there. We're in the 8th. We're up by 9. Wow. 3-1. Pitch from Volker. In the air to right center, hit well. Huckstorf moving over, dives, can't get to it. It'll get all the way to the wall. This one's trouble. Flores rounding second, headed for third. Frazier gets it in quickly. It is a triple for the Michigan left fielder.
Triple number 1 on the season for Flores.
Huck took a dive at that one. Wasn't particularly close at coming up with it.
And I'm actually, though, not sure. I'm not sure he could have cut it off anyway. He kind of went at an angle to catch it. Once the catch became unlikely, then he got into a bind, and so I almost had to dive for it and try to catch it. Again, what you're seeing right now is you're seeing a little bit of the problem that Zach's run into here in the last part of the season is, 2 balls hit, both balls have been hit at 105 off the bat. I mean, they've been purely barreled, and so.
And largely over the middle of the plate, too. 1-0 pitch to Van Remortel, hit up the middle. Honar will move over. He'll backhand it, bobbled it, no throw. Run scores for Michigan. It's 11-3. And couldn't get the out there as Sam couldn't get it out of his glove.
Good news. They gave Michigan an error for that one, so that works out nicely.
Yeah, they'll make that
the Hawkeye error.
Correction there. Unfortunate for Sam.
Well, you made that play earlier in the game. Just a really good play. That one just kind of got caught and couldn't get it out of there.
Michigan goes with Mitch Voigt now, their third baseman. He's been on a couple of times today. Had an RBI in the 2nd. 11-3, Iowa in the 8th. Runner at first is Van Remortel. Pitch from Volker. Swing and a miss. 1-1.
The unfortunate part, both times the Hawkeyes have scored, well, both times they've scored big. They didn't get the shutdown inning afterwards. I guess if you're looking for the bright side, you got 6 and gave up 1. It's a trade you're going to take occasionally.
Sure. Yeah. The shutdown inning evaporating when you score 6 and then give up just 1. Obviously love it to be a 0, but when the difference is 5, I guess you can live with it, but maybe not the best trend. Volker missing again, this time high, 3-1. How about a ground ball, John?
Take a little 6-4-3 rollover here.
Volker taking his time. The 3-1 delivery. Swing and a miss. Challenged him with a high fastball. Full count now.
Boy, nice. They got the strike zone extended there for him. Tried to go up and get it. Volker challenged and won.
Maybe a little bit lower, but maybe throw it again. Full count. In the air to right and hit foul.
Yeah, I like the basic idea. Again, went back to the fastball there, tried to get it past him low and away. Almost feels like you might have him now to be able to go spin him a little bit.
Full count pitch from Volker. Ground ball, foul, past Tello at third.
Tried to spin there, didn't quite get it. Then you got another guy who really doesn't hit breaking balls hard. Hits the fastball hard for the most part. So see if Zach trusts it enough and locates it.
Another 3-2. Swing and a miss.
Just challenged him. Went high heat up and in. Really good fastball there from Zach. Love seeing that. Love seeing him bounce back there and getting the strikeout.
Yeah, that's a huge battle there to come back in and be able to find your way through that when you're down 3-1 and to stay locked in for those multiple full count pitches.
Well, and needs a little bit of a confidence boost there. So
Casey Buckley will be the pinch hitter for Michigan. He's the backup catcher. He'll come in, left-handed hitter to take on Volker with 2 outs in the 8th. Iowa 11-3 on their way to a round 1 victory here at the Big Ten tournament. Still a few outs to get. Not holding the runner on first base as the pitch from Volker is just outside, ball 1.
Probably a little high, I suppose. Maybe. Looks like my pitch track when I see the replay, it looks like TrackMan's
a little off today.
A little high, but it's close there.
Volker evens the count, dealing a strike, brought it down and in just a little bit more than the previous pitch. The 1-1 fouled back, 1-2. Hawkeyes will have Honar, Seegers, and Huckstorf due up when we get to the bottom of the 8th.
I know Zach's given up a run here, but still good for his confidence. Come in, execute a plan, get on the mound.
1-2 just outside. Hit his spot where Cade was set up, but it was off the plate.
Yeah, that's.
I agree with you about Zach, by the way. This is a good outing if he can finish it right here. 2 balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs. Volker's got the sign from Moss. The pitch, just high, ball 3. We'll try it again. Get Buckley out. Full count pitch with 2 outs. Runner takes off. This is just inside. I don't know how we don't get that call.
Wow.
Man, it's ball 4, and Buckley will take first base on the walk.
This just is. Man.
All right. Well, we will see the top of the order for Michigan in the 8th.
As the home plate umpire had to have a chat with Coach Heller again because, man, those are just.
I think 3 or 4 today, John. Some have been close, marginal, however you want to define them, but 3 have just been wrong. And then we get that call that's off the plate outside, and it's a strike from Volker.
Yeah, that ball is 2 balls outside, it looks like.
Runners at first and second for Michigan. Here's the 0-1, too far away from the left-handed hitting Jeffress. It's 1-1.
You missed the replay of it. It was outside.
Yeah.
Good frame job by Cade Moss.
Volker dots the outside corner there. It's 0-2, rather 1-2. We've been here before.
Yeah, I don't really want to see a big waist pitch here. Just they don't have to hit the middle of the plate, but still attack.
The 1-2 popped up left side. Tello going back, Seegers over, Peterson sprinting forward. It's Tello who makes the grab in foul territory, tosses the ball to a young Hawkeye fan down the line, and that'll do it for the top of the 8th. Michigan gets 1. It's Iowa 11-3. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Oh, hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
At MidAmerican Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of MidAmerican Energy.
Sam Honar will lead off the Hawkeye 8th inning. Iowa 11, Michigan 3. If the Hawkeyes hold on and win this game today, we'll talk to you next on Thursday afternoon. It'd be a 2 p.m. first pitch against the winner of Indiana and Illinois. 2nd-seeded Indiana, 7th-seeded Illinois. That game will follow us here today. Hoosiers and Fighting Illini.
Hoosiers not, at least last we saw, not starting their ace.
Kind of like they did when we played them out there at Indiana. They didn't throw their best pitcher on Friday. Senard, they ended up throwing him on Saturday.
I think the big difference this time is he threw 107 pitches on Thursday. So just rather than thinking they're going to beat Illinois and they're saving him for Iowa, I think it was more of we just needed to make sure he's healthy and fully rested and ready to go.
So if they beat Illinois today, you probably expect to see Senard on Thursday.
Oh, 100%, yeah. Yeah, because that's his full week rest. And
no balls and a strike to Honar. He hits this on the ground to first. It's bobbled by Van Remodel. Tossed to first base. Not in time. Honar beats it out. That'll be an E3.
And Indiana's an interesting team, too, if we're going to go ahead and look ahead. 26-4 at home. 1-1 on neutral fields and 13-11 away. So they're not anywhere near as scary away from Bloomington as
sure
they are on campus. And so, just a good chance for Iowa to make a move as Gable Mitchell comes into the game to run for Honar.
I have my own opinions about that series we had with Indiana. We caught them at a rough time for us. We were without Sam Peterson. We pitched really well, and a couple of games that were just hanging in the balance, they were able to beat us at the end.
We had 9 shutout innings of one-hit baseball and lost the game.
Yes. Gave up a walk-off home run off the foul pole and left by a guy who was hitting like 180, and he hasn't done anything since that game.
Right. and that was the only place the wind was blowing to as well.
Had to hit it off the foul pole, too. Couldn't even put it in between them. You tell it stick with me a little bit, John?
Well, it's kind of like me and Sugar. You have there's things you hang on to. I've gathered that about you.
I've got a lot to learn in my life, huh? Letting go needs to be one of them. 11-3, Iowa at the lead in the bottom of the 8th. Mitchell is the runner at first base as Seeger lines it over the shortstop's head. That's a base hit. Gable's going to round second, test his luck, heading for third, no throw. Runners at the corners for the Hawkeyes. Michael Seegers has had a very nice game for Iowa today.
Absolutely. I mean, that's just nothing less than you'd expect out of your shortstop, kind of one of the team leaders. Just going back to Senard a little bit, his last start was against Michigan State last Thursday. 5 2/3 innings, 8 hits, 5 runs were all earned. He did strike out 10, But he threw 102 pitches, got the loss in that game, fell to 6-3 on the season. So.
Runners at the corners for Iowa. Here's Huckstorf swinging for the fences and foul tipped it back.
I mean, again, we're a Huckstorf home run away from ending this game.
Right.
To your point earlier.
Yes. The run rule in effect at the tournament this week. A 1 pitch to Huck. That's high and out. I know Indiana played Illinois earlier in the year in a series with the Fighting Illini. I believe it was right before us. Maybe it was
right after.
Right after us, okay. Yep. Huck swings and misses at the 1-1 pitch. I think Indiana swept them.
I believe that's
I'm going to pull it up just to kind of see what the next game is going to be like here at the Big Ten tournament. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Huck watches it go by outside, ball 2.
While you're looking that up, I've got Senard, his last 5 starts, he's thrown over 90 pitches in all 5 starts. So, could just be running out of gas a little bit as he's been hit pretty hard in his last 2 particularly. 3 of the last 4.
2-2 to Huckstorf, gets to the backstop. Here comes a runner. It's Gable Mitchell. He'll score. Iowa now 1 run away from 10 running Michigan.
And that runner standing out in scoring position out at second base.
So I found Illinois and Indiana. They played a 3-game series at Illinois. The Fighting Illini won the Friday matchup 7-5. And then Indiana won the last 2, 6-4 and 16-3.
And so you're going to get the Friday starter for Illinois, probably against a pitching off guy again for Indiana.
Sure.
So
Huckstorf skies this on the infield, shallow right now. Burton goes back. He's got it. 1 down. Runner will stay at second. That's Seegers.
It would seem appropriate that Braden Frazier gets the single that ends this game, wouldn't it?
I think so. Player of the game in my book.
Well, I'd feel good about that.
So Frazier is in the box. Seegers out there at second. Iowa 12-3 in the 8th. So we'll be keeping a close eye on Indiana and Illinois, obviously, because the winner will be our opponent on Thursday. Frazier hits it on the ground to third. A diving stop by Voigt, but he can't do anything with it. Braden will beat it out. I think that's a hit.
They gave it a quick hit. Other than he had it corralled so well, I mean, he had plenty of time, just never came up with it.
I want to go back to your point about the pitchers. We talked about O'Halloran. His numbers not looking so great down the stretch. Maybe the same with Senard, his pitch count getting up there. Iowa's pitching staff has been the opposite. I know Marcus wasn't as sharp today, but it's come into form late where other teams seem to be dropping off a little bit.
Well, and Iowa's, of course, done it differently. Was a lot of the pitch by committee earlier as we're getting a slow walk mound visit here at 12-3. You want to know why the Big Ten schedule got so far out of whack last year? Yes, there was some rain, but it's the we're at what, 3 hours and 15 minutes now, and we're not breaking up this mound visit yet. We're going to make.
There's not even a conversation going on the mound. They're just staring at the guy in the bullpen out and right. So I'm guessing they're going to make a change.
He's waiting for the umpire to come out again and pull the guy. It's like, not really
umpire's out there and looks like
he makes the call to the bullpen. I don't really enjoy the game playing.
No, I don't either. Well, what more do we have to do? We get tomorrow off.
Exactly.
They got to play another game. Pitching change here. We'll get back to our conversation about the pitching direction of Iowa's staff compared to some other teams around the league. Iowa 12-3, bottom of the 8th. Pitching change for Michigan. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel, the Jill Armstrong Team, with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor, and Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Jill Armstrong and her team strive to make every buyer and seller at ease with the real estate process. Contact the Jill Armstrong Team with Skogman Realty for all of your real estate needs. Call 319-631-5455.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
All right, new pitcher into the game for Michigan in the bottom of the 8th. Iowa leading 12-3. The Wolverines will go with a junior righty, Ryan Zimmer.
He's made 11 appearances on the year, an 11.32 ERA, 10 1/3 innings, 9 hits, 13 runs have all been earned, 16 walks, 10 strikeouts. Opponents only hitting him for 243, but it's hard to do when you're walking a lot.
Sure. And those hits come and deliver some damage, I would guess, when you walk a couple guys before the hit.
We've seen the occasional free base problem that comes up from those.
Sure. Well, the Hawk fans are enjoying their first day of the Big Ten tournament. It took us a little bit. It was a good, competitive, close game that had me feeling a little uneasy before Braden Frazier helped us break things open in the 5th.
There was no happiness in the beginning of the top of the 5th inning there of kind of how that was looking. So quick look at Zimmer. Another guy with some zip though, 92 to 96 on a fastball, and then a slider that's going to come in around 80 miles an hour. So huge speed difference if he can locate it. But he's, like I said, he's a guy that's going to kind of throw it all over the plate area there.
Well, Cade Moss will get the first look at him with runners at first and second and 1 out. Cade takes the first pitch for a strike. Right at the knees. That one zipped in there. Seegers at second, Frazier at first. Iowa 12-3 in the 8th. Zimmer's 0-1, up and in. Almost hit Cade. He bent out of the way of that one, 1-1. Moss today is 1 for 4 with a run scored. He's got the highlighter yellow bat. 1-1 is inside, 2-1. That thing's about as bright as the sun. Flash it through the zone, find a way to get Seegers home. How about that?
That would be perfect.
2-1 is the count to the Hawkeye catcher. The pitch, line drive into right. That's a base hit. They're going to wave Seegers around third. Here he comes. It's bobbled by the right fielder, and Seegers scores. The Hawkeyes jump over the railing down the third base side, and that'll do it. The Hawks run rule Michigan today, 13-3 in 8 innings.
Feels pretty good.
Let's take that.
Feels pretty good. Boy, what a again, you've seen the Hawks do it any number of ways this year, and just to kind of gut it out. And again, the fun part has been any number of guys doing it. You know, it's Jack Whitlock coming in and closing down that 5th inning and keeping you tight, keeping you in the game. And then Braden Frazier, man, hits the bomb to blow the game open. Hawks hit 40 wins.
Way to get it done. You get that first game out of the way. It's something that Iowa could not do last year. Lost the first game and then spent the entire time down in the losers bracket.
Well, and what did Kyle tell us on the Twitter space when we finished up? The last 14 winners of the Big Ten tournament have won their first game. And so, you know, there's no. We joked about Northwestern and having some must-wins there. It sure sounds like the first game of the Big Ten tournament is a must-win.
And the Hawks did that in strong, stellar fashion, run ruling Michigan 13-3 in the opening game of the Big Ten tournament. 1 run in the second for Iowa, 6 in the 5th, 4 in the 7th, 2 in the 8th. Iowa wins it 13-3. They advance to the second round. We'll play the winner of Indiana and Illinois on Thursday afternoon at 2 p.m. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back with postgame right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
US Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever.
Oh my goodness. Visit US Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. US Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
Hawks win game one of the Big Ten tournament 13-3 over Michigan. Poured it on them starting in the fifth inning. Feels like just a massive weight off of our shoulders, John Evans.
Well, we talked about pregame of even us being a little nervous on edge of trying to find that first win, and how you're in a tournament now. It ramps up and matters a little bit more, and probably didn't get everything you wanted out of Marcus Morgan, but the one thing you did get was compete and fight. He was all over the place for him, but limited the Michigan offense to just the one run, even though he put some traffic there. So did a good job there, and then obviously created some more traffic and handed the ball over to Jack Whitlock and said, "Help me, buddy," and Jack did it, and the bats kind of did what you wanted him to do on O'Halloran. It was a challenge. You knew he was going to be around the strike zone, but they stuck to the plan. They kept doing it. Kind of started nickel and diming him a little, and when he got a little wild and started to miss in the zone, they were ready and took advantage.
Iowa beat Michigan today 13-3 in 8 innings, a run rule victory over the Wolverines. I thought, one of the keys to the game was, Michigan threatened a ton in the first 5 innings, especially that top of the fifth. We'll get to that in a second, but really didn't let them do any damage, more than just the one run in the second. So even though Marcus was struggling, we kept it close so that when we did get to the bullpen or we did get to O'Halloran, we were still in the game and did some damage on him.
Well, Michigan left 10 runners on base, struck out 10 times. And so kind of what the scouting report was that you'd have a chance to strike them out. They were aggressive, and so even when you were in trouble, you had a chance to go strike guys out, and they weren't putting the ball in play when they had opportunities. Obviously, bases loaded, nobody out. You think, oh, sac fly, ground ball, scores a run, anything, and instead K. And strikeout, strikeout, strikeout. We'll change the way that sounds. And the next thing you know, Hawks are out of the inning and again, then go pile on their own.
If I tell you that Brennan DeRiggi, I'm sorry, Brennan, we'll have a better day on Thursday, but if I tell you that Brennan DeRiggi goes 0 for 4, even Raider Tello goes 1 for 4, you're probably thinking, shoot, I don't know if we win this game, but we did. We found other pieces to the puzzle today.
Yeah, it was very, very nicely done. Got Coach coming in here. So
Hawks beat Michigan 13-3 in run rule fashion. We'll take a break. We'll be joined by Associate Head Coach Marty Sutherland right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At US Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever. Oh my goodness.
Visit US Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. US Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oaknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Iowa beats Michigan 13-3 in the opening game of the Big Ten tournament. Did it in run rule fashion. Got them out of here in 8 innings. All right, the Hawks get to their 40th win of the season, advance to Thursday's game with the winner of Indiana and Illinois. That game will start at 2 p.m. on Thursday. We're joined by Associate Head Coach Marty Sutherland. Coach, congratulations on the win.
Thanks, John. Yeah, it was kind of a, you look at the final score and it's just like, oh, we had a great day, and it was, pretty easy, and we know it wasn't. Those first 5 innings were awfully difficult, and the job Jack Whitlock did coming in, bases loaded, nobody out. I think he came in first and second and then walked a guy. And then to punch out the 2, 3, and 4 hitters, I mean, that's the game, right? And then you come back and you score 6 in the bottom half, and that's about as deflating a situation as you could be in on the other side. I'm just really happy for our guys. There was adversity, a lot of it, all day long. You felt like, some things were stacked against you, in multiple fronts. I thought, off O'Halloran, I thought we were locked in. We were banging balls around the yard early, and we weren't getting anything to show for it. And that's concerning, as a coach, because it's just natural to start pressing, right? You're not getting rewarded for the good at-bats. And, we just kept talking about is, hey, you're doing it. The dam will break. Just believe me, everything will work out. You just got to keep putting it together. And they certainly did, as you can see, 12 runs after the 5th inning, or starting in the 5th inning. And just, we got a fun group. It's just a resilient group.
Coach, I think back to that game against Northwestern that we lost, where their pitcher was dealing pretty well and the strike zone was kind of all over the place, and you and Coach Heller talked about us maybe caving a little bit late in the game. Could have done the same thing today against O'Halloran and didn't.
Yeah, they just held their zone. They held the plan. And we just talked a lot about the commitment it takes to be really successful and the recommitting every single pitch. And that's the hard part as a baseball player. It's like, can I recommit regardless of what happened the last pitch? And recommitting to the plan, recommitting to the pitch, recommitting to your teammates. And that's what we've been hammering on here the last few days, and certainly all year. And I thought that was indicative of today. And just, we talk about this every time, but the overall production of this lineup is just impressive. And, Brennan didn't have a great day, and he carried us on Sunday, or on, Game 3 against Northwestern. And then everybody else just picked up the slack, right? You look at Seegers through Moss, and you're talking about 8 hits and 7 RBIs. And, we certainly get a grand slam out of Braden with 2 outs. Sam Honar's big hit with 2 strikes and 2 outs really kind of popped the balloon. And then obviously Frazier's ball was the big blow. And then Petey gets a 2-out 3-run homer. So just really good. It's a bunch of different guys, man. Every single day you don't know, right? It could be him, could be him, could be him. I feel like it's tough to go into our lineup thinking, well, if we get these guys, if we can shut these guys down, we're going to be okay. It's like, well, then these guys may hurt you. And, that's why we've had a great offense thus far. And it's been fun to watch. It's just, like I said, it's a fun group, and they really believe in themselves. And most importantly, they just believe in one another.
Pieces coming together at the right time, Coach. We get an off day tomorrow. We'll talk to you again on Thursday.
Sounds good.
Congratulations on the win. Associate Head Coach Marty Sutherland on our post-game show from Omaha. Hawks win it 13-3. We'll talk to you on Thursday. We'll come back with highlights right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
US Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing US Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever.
Oh my goodness. Visit US Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to US Mode, even if you're not a customer. US Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
Iowa advances to the second round of the Big Ten tournament, run-ruling Michigan today 13-3 in 8 innings. This is going to be fun, Hawkeye fans. Let's relive some of the highlights from today's win. 3-2 from Marcus. Runner goes. No, he stays put. Hit on the ground to third. Raider picks it up. Throw a second for 1. On to first. Double play. Got him. as he pulls this into right, and it is down for a base hit. It gets by the right fielder all the way to the wall. Go, Sam, go! He's headed for third. How about that start for the Hawks in the second? The 2-2, Seegers takes off. This one lined into left. Right to the left fielder. Honar will tag. Here comes the throw. Sam will score, and we're tied at 1. That's a job well done by Kyle Huxtor. No place to put him.
Carousel will start moving.
Yep, runners will be going on the full count pitch from Whitlock. Here it comes. Swing and a miss. He got him.
What a pitch. What a 3 outs for Jack Whitlock. Hello, my man. Let's go get some runs here in the bottom of the 5th inning.
How about that for Captain Jack? 3 walks to load the bases, followed by 3 strikeouts, and Jack looks over to the dugout and he says, "Let's go, boys." The 1-2, Sam shoots it into left, base hit. Wilmus scores. Here comes Tello. The throw to the plate is not in time. Sammy, Honar, Hodge, yes. Hawks lead 3-1. Bases loaded for Braden. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The pitch. In the air to left, hit well, carrying well, get going, baby, it is gone! Braden Frazier, grand slam! Boom! 2-1, Peterson hits it well, deep to left, get going, baby, it is gone! Peterson hit it over the bullpen! Sammy P! Boom! 2-1 is a count to the Hawkeye catcher. The pitch, line drive into right. That's a base hit. They're going to wave Seegers around third. Here he comes. It's bobbled by the right fielder, and Seegers scores. The Hawkeyes jump over the railing down the third base side, and that'll do it. The Hawks run rule Michigan today, 13-3 in 8 innings. Well, this game had just about a bit of everything, didn't it? A little bit of pitching, a little bit of hitting, a lot of bit of fun.
It sounds like when Frazier hit the home run, I choked on a chicken bone.
That's all good. Frazier, our player of the game, I'd have to say. I know we don't really do an official player of the game, but he was really good for us today.
Well, gosh, I think that's the fun part, though. You know, Frazier 3 for 5, and obviously the big hit. But, you know, if you could look at Jack Whitlock getting out of that. Every Hawkeye hitter but Brennan DeRiggi had a hit today. So, you know, 8 of the 9. And Brennan got on base there at the end. So, you know, everybody spent some time running around the bases. And, you know, that's just what they do. You know, Marcus, again, we talked about it, 4 innings pitched, 2 hits, did walk 5, but got out of it with just 1 run. And Whitlock goes 2 innings, gets to 7-0 now on the season. You know, his ERA skyrocketed up to 129 now.
Man.
But then you had Louis come in and get a clean inning, and Zach Volker come in and, you know, get some action, which was good for him to get out on the mound and you know, get through the, I was going to say the 9th inning, but it was the 8th inning that he got around there. It was the last inning. But they're just up and down the lineup, as Coach Sutherland said, production all over the place. And that's the fun part for how this team can score runs.
Win game 1 of the Big Ten tournament. Objective complete, Hawkeye fans. Iowa 13, Michigan 3 in 8 innings here in Omaha. All right, that'll do it for our coverage of Hawkeye baseball this afternoon. Next game will be on Thursday. We have a day off tomorrow. Thursday at 2 o'clock, our pregame coverage will start at 1:30 p.m. here on the Hawkeye Radio Network. Iowa will take on the winner of Indiana and Illinois. They're moments away from first pitch. That's coming up in about 20 minutes here in Omaha. So Iowa will play Thursday at 2 against the winner of Indiana and Illinois. All right, it's a great day. Iowa 13-3 over Michigan. We'll shut things down. We'll talk to you on Thursday afternoon. For my great board operator down the line, Michael, excellent job. That's step 1, Michael. Thank you for your work today. My color analyst, John Evans. I'm John Leo saying so long for now from Omaha. Iowa 13, Michigan 3 in 8 innings. We'll talk to you on Thursday. Every day's a great day to be a Hawkeye. Some are just a little bit better than others. So long, everybody.
Hawkeye Baseball has been brought to you by Homewood and Home 2 Suites, preferred hotel of the Hawkeye Radio Network. Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Oak Knoll, an active life care community. University of Iowa Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. And by Wimmer's Meats, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. The preceding has been a Learfield presentation on the Hawkeye Sports Network.
pitch. If it's Michigan